Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with wisdom and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, this is a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I will a roll call today. We spent a lot of time doing other activities before sitting. We had to inaugurate two important caucuses, the Disability Caucus and the Climate Change Caucus. And then after that, I had to go and chair a meeting of the speakers of parliaments in Africa. It was a virtual meeting. That is what kept us from commencing business early today. But we are here, and be prepared to sit up to midnight today. There's a lot of business before the House, and I want to emphasize the House will rise tomorrow. And so we'll sit here till midnight to do what we can. So I won't take a roll call, but by order 60, we will have to recite the national anthem. National pledge. After anthem, we sing. Pledge right. So we have to recite national pledge. I promise on my honor Thank you. I could hear the voices of our visitors in the public gallery. Thank you so much. Because we did not commence business early, I will vary the order of business and recognize some of our visitors. They may be billed to participate in other commitments. So let me recognize some important dignitaries that are with us. The West African Bureau, representative of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, OACPS, to Ghana, is here in this country from Saturday
because of the affirmative action bill.
I've just been informed they are being ushered in, so we wait until they take their seats. But we have the students from St. Peter's Roman Catholic Basic School, 160 in number. The school is located at the Botiano English Amanfro constituency. They are led by the teacher by name Ebenezer Asafoga. Asafoga means Asafo, right? Am I right? Big. Asafuga, Mamaga. Yes, welcome to the Parliament of Ghana. It's your parliament, and we are happy that you take interest in our work, and particularly at this early age, you want to start learning. I encourage you to do so that in future you are prepared and capable to do better than we are there. So you are warmly welcome, and you may take your seats. Is a member of parliament around?
Those people, they are observers. They are here because of.
I know.
No, they are not.
We have a lot of other visitors from the civil society, particularly interested in the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill. And so to the left, when you see these senior members there, they want to see and watch you speak for or against the bill. And then it will assist them to take decisions as to whether you should continue or not continue in Parliament. Let me warmly welcome all of you to Parliament, and we are happy that you are so much interested in this bill. It's a very key bill that can propel the development of this country. So you are with me, and the whole House is really committed to making sure that we pass a very good bill, and we are happy with your contributions. So you are welcome. Yes. Honorable members, we now move to item, which one do you want to? Collection of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the votes and proceedings of Friday, 26th July 2024, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, sorry, page 9, yes.
Speaker, on page 8.
8.
Page 8, item 44. Mr. Speaker, on Friday I was here. I don't know if I...
Yes, table office, kindly take note. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday I was absent with permission, but I've been marked absent.
Please, table office, cross-check that and do the right thing. You are now available leader or what?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you very much. I wasn't here, but page 30, when you see 24 clause 27, gender equality compliance certificate, I thought we had said that wherever there was equality, it should be substituted for equity. That's the understanding I learned. So if you still have it reported as equality, Mr. Speaker, 24, gender equity. I'm not seeking to change what is on here, but I thought the Speaker had directed that wherever equality was used, it's suited for equity. That's the understanding, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, you are right. I think this is identified, and they are bringing it to go through the second consideration stage before we take it at the third reading. Thank you for drawing the attention of the whole House. Page 33. Honorable, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, but again, item 32, whether in fact, but as you said, second consideration, we look at sex disaggregated data and gender data. Do they mean the same? Thank you. Page 32. Deferred. Okay, thank you.
Actually, it wasn't deferred. We asked that it be changed to gender disaggregated data, but the definition is what was to be submitted. So that one was deleted from the bill. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting dated 26th July 2024 as corrected are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I need a bit of your time to make a formal statement on a matter that is of public concern. It appeared here, we handled it, but there was some either there are some challenges that have been identified with the process. and attracted public and discussion. And a number of us were indicted. It's something I think we should detail out for the understanding of the public, and also for all of us to know for future refinement. And that is why I'm making this formal statement. So I need a bit of your time before we proceed. This had to do with the LI, the Road Traffic Amendment Regulations. I'm sure you can all recall what took place. So I decided to make a formal statement to clear the air and to set the pace for improvement. Honorable members, I come before you today to address a matter of significant public interest and concern: the laying and subsequent withdrawal of the Road Traffic Amendment Regulations. Honorable member, this proposed legislative instrument laid before this esteemed House on the 14th of June, 2024, and was set to mature on the 19th of July, 2024, sparked considerable discourse and discontent among the Ghanaian populace. The proposed amendment sought to grant certain public officials, including ministers of state, members of parliament, and justices of the courts of judicature, the privilege of using sirens on our roads and exemption from speed limits. Honorable members from Western Region, this provision has been perceived by many as a means for the political class to evade the very traffic challenges that affect the general public, leading to widespread public outcry and debate on social media platforms. In light of these developments, and following the opposition's firm stance against the legislative instrument, the government has decided to withdraw the proposed amendments. Today, I wish to address the very key issues arising from this situation, provide clarity on the legislative process, and engage in a constructive dialogue about the future of subsidiary legislation in our beloved country. We recognize the public's perception of insensitivity, and I'm here to offer an apology and assure the Ghanaian people that this Parliament remains acutely aware of and responsive to their needs. Furthermore, I will outline the process of subsidiary legislation making, clarify the steps we have taken to streamline this process through our new standing orders, and invite a robust debate on whether the current constitutional framework for subsidiary legislation is fit for purpose. As a House, it is a duty to approach every matter of public concern and interest with the seriousness it deserves, acknowledging the concerns of our constituents and working collaboratively to enhance the legislative process for the betterment of all Ghanaians. Honorable members, to fully appreciate the events surrounding the Road Traffic Amendment Regulation, it is important as a matter of public education to outline the process of making subsidiary legislation in Ghana. Subsidiary legislation, also known as delegated or secondary legislation, is legislation made by an individual or body under powers given to them by an act or by the Constitution. The scope and purpose of subsidiary legislation have their roots in law, designed to provide detailed provisions or administrative measures necessary to enforce primary legislation. Subsidiary legislation allows for more flexibility, responsive and detailed regulations that can be swiftly amended or introduced when need to pass a new act element. This type of legislation ensures that technical and procedural matters can be dealt with efficiently by those with the relevant expertise. Article 11, Clause 1C of the Constitution Republic of Ghana provides that the laws of Ghana shall comprise, and I quote, any orders, rules, and regulations made by any person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution, unquote. Therefore, subsidiary legislation forms an integral part of the legal framework of Ghana. In Ghana, there are two primary types of subsidiary legislation. One, constitutional instruments, referred to as CIs, and two, legislative instruments, referred to as LIs. CIs are made pursuant to powers conferred by the Constitution itself. They are typically used to deal with matters of constitutional importance, providing the necessary details for the implementation of constitutional provisions. LIs are made under powers conferred by an Act of Parliament. LIs are generally used to make detailed rules and regulations necessary for enforcement of primary legislation. The road traffic regulations, for instance, exist to ensure the proper enforcement of primary legislation, the Road Traffic Act. The process of making CRs and LIs is Article 11.7 of the Constitution, which outlines a clear and structured procedure. Any order, rule, or regulation made under power conferred by the Constitution or any other law must be laid before Parliament. The instrument must be published in the Gazette on the same day it is laid before Parliament. The instrument comes into force at the end of 21 sitting days after being laid before Parliament, unless annulled by Parliament. If Parliament, by a vote of not less than 2/3 of all its members, annuls the order, rule, or regulation within the 21 days, the instrument does not come into force. In the case of Okain and others versus Electoral Commission and Attorney General, and affirmed in Ni Tete Opreme versus Attorney General and others, and again Nana Kwatim Penin, also the second and others, versus the Attorney General. The Supreme Court outlined the authority of Parliament concerning subsidiary legislation. The court, in my humble view, held rightly that Parliament does not have the authority to amend any order, rule, or regulation laid before it under 11.7. Parliament has only two options: to allow the instrument to pass after 21 sitting days, or to annul the entire instrument by a two-thirds vote. This judicial interpretation underscores non-amendable nature of subsidiary legislation laid before Parliament. Honorable members, building on the judicial interpretations and constitutional process, Parliament has developed a more rigorous framework within its new standing orders to enhance the scrutiny and efficacy of subsidiary legislation. This framework leverages the powers conferred by Article 110 of the Constitution, which allows Parliament to regulate its own procedures. To ensure that subsidiary legislation serves the public interest and adheres to constitutional legal standards, Parliament has empowered the Subsidiary Legislation Committee with a critical mandate. The committee's responsibilities are set out under Order 220 to include: 1. Ensuring that proposed legislation aligns with the Constitution, Acts of Parliament, and other laws. 2. Detecting any potential inconsistencies, ambiguities, or concerns in the proposed legislation. And 3. Offering inputs and recommendations to refine and improve the proposed legislation. Raising the importance of thorough scrutiny, Parliament has instituted a pre-laying process. This mandates that the relevant person intending to lay the LI or CI engages with the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for a comprehensive review before the instrument is officially laid before Parliament. This pre-laying engagement is essential for several reasons. 1. By reviewing the proposed legislation beforehand, the committee can address potential inconsistencies with the Constitution and other laws and secure the interest of the Ghanaian. 2. Since a proposed LI or CI may come into force without further input once laid before Parliament, the pre-laying process helps avoid the odious task of securing a 2/3 majority to emblematic instruments or waiting for judicial intervention. And 3, the committee's and recommendations during the pre-laying stage ensure that the subsidiary legislation is robust, comprehensive, and reflective of public interest. Honorable members, it is important to acknowledge that the proposed amendment to the Road Traffic Amendment Regulations, which have since been withdrawn, were indeed recommended by the committee to the ministry during the pre-laying stage. Since the LR had then not been brought to the Speaker to admit, nor put as part of the business of the House, neither the Speaker nor non-members of the committee knew such amendments had been made by the committee at the pre-laying discussions. This process, though regrettable in this instance, does not detract from the overall importance and efficacy of the pre-laying procedure. In admitting the shortcomings of the particular instance, we reaffirm our commitment to refining and improving our legislative processes. We recognize the concerns of the Ghanaian people and assure them that such issues will be diligently addressed moving forward. Honorable members, as we reflect on the events surrounding the Road Traffic Amendment Regulations, it becomes imperative to consider the broader implications of our process for making subsidiary legislation. This moment presents an opportunity for us to critically assess whether our existing framework is truly fit for purpose and to explore potential reforms that could enhance legislative scrutiny and accountability. Unlike substantive acts of Parliament, which undergo multiple readings, debates, and detailed scrutiny, subsidiary legislation often receives less rigorous examination. This limited oversight can result in provisions that may not fully align with the broader legislative intent or public interest. Acts also typically involve extensive public consultation and stakeholder engagement. In contrast, the process for subsidiary legislation does not include sufficient opportunities for public input, leading to a lack of transparency and potential disconnect with the needs and concerns of the citizenry. Subsidiary legislation by this nature allows for the delegation of legislative powers to individuals or bodies other than Parliament. While this can be efficient, it also carries the risk of overreach. Delegated authority might enact legislations that extend beyond the intended scope or infringe on fundamental rights and freedoms. One of such legislation is regulations on the Lands Act. Will have to look at critically. It touches this area. Further, as highlighted, the process for annulling problematic subsidiary legislation requires a two-thirds majority in Parliament. This high threshold can make it challenging to address issues swiftly, potentially allowing flawed regulations to remain in force and impact the public adversely. Finally, relying on judicial interpretation paying subsidiary legislation is neither timely nor efficient. Court proceedings can be lengthy and costly, and they should be a last resort rather than a primary means of ensuring legislative compliance and quality. Honourable members, given these considerations, it is perhaps time as a country to deliberate whether our current approach to subsidiary legislation adequately serves the needs of our democracy. We must ask ourselves, 1. Could introducing multiple stages of review akin to the process for substantive acts enhance the quality and accountability of subsidiary legislation? 2. Can we ensure subsidiary legislation is subject to more extensive public consultation and stakeholder input, thereby enhancing transparency and responsiveness? 3. Should we consider the two-thirds majority requirement for annulling subsidiary legislation, making it more feasible to address problematic regulation promptly? And 4th, how can we better delineate the scope of authority granted for making subsidiation to prevent overreach and safeguard fundamental rights? Don't forget that the final authority and responsibility for lawmaking resides in Parliament. Honourable members, these questions are crucial as we strive to uphold the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability. I hope we as a country can engage in a robust debate on the appropriateness of our current legislative mode for subsidiary legislation and exploit potential reforms that will better serve the interests of the Ghanaian people. Honourable members, in conclusion, as we reflect on issues arising from the laying and subsequent withdrawal of the road traffic amendments, it is evident that our legislative processes, particularly for legislation, require continuous evaluation and improvement. While the pre-laying process and the work of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee are crucial steps in ensuring the quality and constitutional alignment, the events surrounding proposed LI highlight areas where we can enhance transparency, accountability, and public engagement. Our commitment to the Ghanaian people mandates that we remain vigilant and proactive in refining our legislative processes and procedures. The concerns raised by our constituents remind us that the laws we create must not only be just and effective, but also perceived as such by those we serve. By addressing the perceived insensitivity and reaffirming our dedication to public welfare, we uphold the trust placed in us as representatives of the people. The debate we generate today about the process of statutory legislation is just about rectifying a past misstep, but about forging a path forward that strengthens our democracy. Let us embrace this opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, consider potential reforms, and ensure that our legislative processes are robust and reflective of the highest democratic principles. To set the process in motion, I have, on behalf of Parliament, given notice to the Chief Justice of the intention of Parliament to engage the jury in a conversation to set the processes and rules of Parliament subject to Article 110 of the Constitution, 1992. Finally, honorable members, let us move forward with a renewed commitment to excellence in our legislative duties, ensuring that the laws of Ghana reflect the highest standards of governance and serve the best interests of our people. With this, I thank all of you for your attention. I've just been handed over a message from His Excellency the President. I think in the office on Friday is dated 25th July 2024. Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country today, 25th July 2024, to Monrovia, Liberia, at the invitation of the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, to participate in the 177th Independence Anniversary of the Republic of Liberia, scheduled to be held on Friday, 26th July 2024 in Monrovia, Liberia. I'll return to Ghana in the evening same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alai Dr. Abdul Baumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, I have a copy now, official report of Friday, 21st June 2024. Any amendments, corrections to the Hansard? I hope members have been given copies. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 21st June 2024 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. In our pre-sitting meeting, leadership prevailed on me for us to lay some papers. And so we'll move on to item 10, presentation of paper. That is at what? At the commencement of public business. Presentation of papers.
Mr. Speaker, even though that's what we agree at pre-city meeting with leadership, but we'd like to vary that and rather move to page 29 on today's order paper and take motion number 55. And Speaker, before the Minister responsible for transport is here, and with your leave, Chairman of the committee have some amendments to make on the bill before the Minister responsible for. That is Ghana Shippers Authority Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, item
Speaker, 55. Yeah, on
55 at page 29 of the order paper, Minister for Transport.
Speaker, with your leave, before the Minister move the motion, if the Chairman of the committee he has some amendment to make before the Minister move the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, the deputy whip must clarify what he wants to do. If you want us to take the Ghana's Ship Authority Bill for third reading, do so. Then we understand that before you move the motion, if there's anybody who has a particular clause for which there must be further consideration, can arrest the process and then ask for an interruption of the third reading process so that we go through it. But I see an advertisement which is already saying that before you go through, that's procedural 55. So we can take that and then to 56. We understand only when the minister is moving it. Then whoever wants to arrest it for purpose of some further amendment to it and the second consideration can look at it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I mentioned item 55. And so, by our standing orders, that motion had to be moved first. Then when you go to 56, where you are now going to move that the Ghana Shippers Authority 2024 be now read the third time, then somebody can come in to say, I want us to take it through the second consideration stage. What Honorable Haruna Idrisu said will then play in. So let's take item 55 first, which is a procedural motion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 55 and today other paper, page 29, be not taken. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there's a procedural motion. You want to second it? You can.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being procedural, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move to item 56, Minister for Transport. Upon, read 722, it says, upon a motion that so and so bill be now read the time, any member may move an amendment to delete the words read the third time and to insert the word rejected, or to move a reasoned amendment stating the object and motive on which the opposition to the bill is based. But the motion must be strictly relevant to the bill. So he must, before you come in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I move that Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024 on page 29 now be read for the
Yes, please.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before the third reading is moved, I want the bill to go through second consideration. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, clause 26, amendment proposed, insert the following after the clause.
Well, Speaker,
Yes, please.
just to help my good friend that seek Mr. Speaker's leave, but ask for consideration of clause 26. Then you can proceed further. Thank you. With the indulgence of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to seek your leave for the bill to go through second consideration. Mr. Speaker, the clause to amend is clause 26, 46, 53.
You specifically refer to clauses 26, 46, and 53. Now, they said reasoned. Reasoned amendment. What is the reason behind the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, to enrich the text of the bill, the rationale is actually to provide some clarities in 26 and 46 and 53, as mentioned earlier.
Well, as we go along, you will discover more reasons. So I'll admit the motion that the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024 be taken through a second consideration stage with regard to three clauses: clause 26, clause 46, and clause 53. So I move straight after the proper positioning of our authority to clause 26. Honorable members, clause 26. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 26, amendment proposed, insert the following subclause after sub 2. 3, section 1, does not apply to a shipper of personal effect. Mr. Speaker, the rationale is to this provision was the original bill, but was deleted during the consideration stage The proposal to delete this provision was because subclause 1 was proposed to be deleted, but the House subsequently decided to retain subclause 1, and that the interpretation for the shippers will be amended to a shipper of personal effect. This was not done. This amendment is necessary, having retained subclause 1 in the bill to exempt a shipper of personal effect in order for the policy intention to be carried through. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Madam Speaker, I support the amendment, but as he himself have rightly said, when the House was considering 26, was an initial proposal to do away with 21 and 2. And then we subsequently said that personal effects be taken away. He is seeking by this amendment to bring that back, as was in the original bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I hope you have the new rendition of the Ghana Shippers Authority Act 2024. You know, by our new rules, we've directed that the draft person should always compile all the amendments and submit the new edition of the bill for consideration before we go to a third reading. And so this is coming from the new rendition, not the original one. And so you recall that we spent almost about 2 days in trying to look at the policy clarity of that area. By then we had deleted this clause. After the clarity, it was an oversight. We should have restored it. We didn't do that, so the draft person applied it. And that's what is being brought back to be inserted. With this, I put the question. Those in favor, say aye. Those say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We still have another proposed amendment. No, that's 46. Now, I'll then put the question on the whole of clause 26. And honorable members, the question is that clause 26 as amended is to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 46, amendment proposed. Subclause 5, line 2, after subsection 1, delete unless and insert where. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Haruna.
I speak to second the amendment, even though his explanation is to say that it's upset. It's more elegant in using where than unless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. There be no further consideration. I put the question. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I move on to put the question on the whole of clause 46. And the question is that clause 46 stand part of the bill. Those in favor aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 53, amendment proposed. Interpretation for shipper. Delete and insert the following. Shipper means an individual or a body of person, corporate or unincorporated, other than a forwarded agent, insurance company, or bank, who has direct interest in cargo as original consignor or final consignee, or the actual owner or future owner of the cargo. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, since this is a technical word, maybe the minister should provide an explanation. Which other legislation is shipper? Honorable Alex, shipper means an individual or body person, corporate or unincorporated, other than a forwarding agent. So you are saying that forwarding agent or shippers, insurance company are not, who has direct interest. My problem is direct interest. Are you talking of direct involvement, activity? But when you say direct interest, Mr. Speaker, what do you mean by direct interest? Who have an interest? No, a shipper may have more than an interest. When you say direct interest, provide clarity to that. Direct interest in cargo as original consignor or final consignee, or actual owner or future owner of the cargo. If direct interest is what industry uses, I'll be fine.
Thank you. This was lifted from the existing law, the Ghana Shippers Authority Act 1974. It is there. So we just left it on there. So if you look at the rationale, the amendment carry on the floor here. This proposed amendment is the interpretation for shippers in the existing law, Ghana Shippers Authority Act 1974. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, no problem accepting the amendment, but 1974, 2024, significant changes and developments within the sector in the industry. I want to go with the 1974 definition. Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, the amendment, even though yes, restoring the original definition, it's been very specific. But the direct interest is in cargo, not just the cargo, but as an original consignor or final consignee, or the actual owner or future owner of the cargo. So it's not only direct interest, but you must be one of these to be termed a shipper. And so it's clearer than the earlier one that was proposed in the original bill. So the question, those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. Let's have it. The amendment is carried. We have a further to clause 53. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 53, amendment proposed. Insert new nation as follows. Transit shipper means a shipper who is moving international trade cargo through the country, which is not originated from or destined for the country. I so move. Mr. Speaker, the rationale to provide interpretation for the term transit shipper as used in the bill. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, with this, I have a little difficulty. So take a landlocked country like Burkina Faso. They have cleared goods at the port. The shipping process have been truncated formally. He is now carrying the goods to his country. He is a transit shipper. Why do you want to be affected by this law? That's the understanding I'm getting.
Formally, there is a definition we have for the transit shipper.
Actually, that came during the consideration stage, where we amended some clauses and then introduced the term transit shipper. And there was no interpretation in the interpretation clause. So we asked them to look for it. And I think this gives clarity to it. So we could adopt it.
Mr. Speaker, I've been adequately educated by the Honorable on it, so I support that.
Thank you. Thank you. So I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I now put the question on the whole of clause 53. And the question is that clause 53 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53, variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we have ended the consideration stage, this time the second consideration stage of the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024. We may now move to item 56. Or you want us to take another item?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, we wanted to lay some papers on page 6 by the same Minister for Sport. That is on page 6, 10C, CIII up to VII. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I think we guided by your original position of taking motion number 56 on page 29.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, honorable members, item 56, Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024 be now read.
Motion moved. Any seconder, please?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second for the third reading.
Motion moved and seconded for the third of the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024. It's now for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question, and the question is that the Ghana Authority Bill 2024 be now read the third time.
And
yes, table office, go on.
An act to establish the Ghana Shippers Authority to regulate the commercial activities of shippers and shipping service providers in the shipment, storage, and delivery of international trade cargo by sea, air, and land, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Shippers Bill 2024 duly read the third time and passed. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if I may now invite you to order paper addendum 2 and take the only item on that order paper.
Sorry, there was some interruption, but just permit me to acknowledge the presence of the distinguished visitors who are earlier on referred to. It is a regional visit by the West African Bureau representative of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, OACPS, Ghana, from Saturday 27th July to Wednesday 31st July 2024. Honorable members, I have the pleasure to introduce to you the members of the Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific States, led by the representatives of the West African Bloc, who are here on a sub-regional visit. They are here, among others, to discuss and share experiences on how to strengthen West Africa's representation in the Organization of African, Caribbean States, OACPS. Our visitors are Honorable Matthew Sarr Newman. He is the majority leader and leader of government business. He is the leader of the delegation. As the following people as members of the delegation: Honorable Dixon Momo Ruiz. He is the chief whip and the deputy head of delegation. Honorable Aaron Aruna Koroma, deputy leader of opposition, is the deputy head of delegation. Honorable Emilia Lolo Tongi, member of parliament. Mr. George Emerson Mwaiwu, secretary to the delegation. Mr. Wuya Masakwa, protocol officer. Miss Christiana Williams, information attaché, Sierra Leone High Commission in Ghana, Accra. Honorable members, half of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and I wish them fruitful deliberations. I want to urge honorable members to take advantage of their presence to interact with them and do the usual networking, particularly the friendship associations. We want now is person to person, not country to country or government to government or president to president, person to person. Those of you who go campaigning house to house, door to door, room to room, bed to bed. No, during my time, we didn't get to door to door. We only got to house. We didn't get to door, but you have surpassed door to bed to bed. Distinguished visitors, it's a pleasure to have you in Ghana. Now we move on to item.
Mr. I was inviting you to the order paper addendum 2 to take the only item on it.
Order paper addendum 2. Honorable members, it's just a paper to be presented to the House and to be referred to a committee. We will not definitely have time to take it during this meeting. I hope members have now been given copies of order paper addendum 2. So we go as usual at the commencement of public business, presentation on papers, the following paper to be presented by the Minister for Finance. Yes, our colleague, the Minister at the Ministry of Finance, is granted permission to do so on his behalf.
Sale and purchase agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Unilever Ghana PLC for a partial sale of Government Ghana's shares of 47.56% equity in Trifo Oil Palm Plantation.
Honorable members, the agreement is presented accordingly and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. We now move to the affirmative action. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I now invite you to page 55 on the original order paper, and we take motion number 66 on page 55.
Members, motion number 66 at page 55 of the order paper. Minister for Children and Social Protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that motion number 66 on page 55 of today's order paper be moved. Thank you.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration House. It's a procedural motion. And so I put the question. Those who say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. We move to the substantive motion at item 67, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Bill 2024 be now read the third time.
Yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, I want to move for further proposed amendments for the second consideration. In respect of clause 15, clause 2, 22, 25, 27, and 31, Mr. Speaker.
Are we not going to look at the schedules too?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The third schedule, the third and the fifth schedule, we have to look at.
Honorable members, we have been called upon to take the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Act 2024 through a second consideration stage. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I accordingly grant permission to be taken through the second consideration stage. I call on the chairperson to lead us.
Mr. Speaker, clause 15.1. 15.1. Yes,
the one you have there. Read this. You don't want managerial. What you are proposing here, we don't want it.
Mr. Speaker, 15.1.
Delete this and then read the whole clause. You can read it. Just say that is it.
Mr. Speaker, clause 15.1, amendment proposed, sub-clause 1, line 2, after vacancies 4, delete positions of authority and insert managerial position. That's what is here. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to use the managerial position. So the clause should read, the governing body of the public service institution shall, in filling vacancies for decision-making levels, have regard for the provisions of this act to ensure gender equity in appointments.
Yes, please. Sheet 15.1, yes. What she's done is to further amend what is on the proposed amendment sheet to delete positions of authority and positions of authority and. So you don't delete decision making. So it will now read, the governing body of a public service institution shall, in filling vacancies for decision making, have regard to provisions of this act to ensure gender equity appointments. So they dropped also managerial positions. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. I recall that I raised objection to positions of authority and that it was ambiguous. If you say positions of authority, what are you referring to? But Speaker, there was a larger constitutional issue I raised. If you read 15.1, the governing body of a public service institution. Mr. Speaker, the governing bodies of public service institution and its composition is vested in the president. You have already in 14 somewhere, you have already in some earlier amendment indicated that the president shall, in appointing those officers, including governing body of public institution. So I thought that this was repetitive. But if the chairperson insists that it should fly, maybe we'll look at it. But Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Article 70 of the 1992 Constitution? And Mr. Speaker, I so do. And 71, the 1992 Constitution, 71 III, it reads, Mr. Speaker, the governing bodies of public corporations. Then 71 reads, the president shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State. So it's already a power vested in the president. And there was an earlier clause where we tied the president to this. So if you now say in 15 that in making appointments to governing body institutions, who are you referring to? You only can by Article 70 be referring to the president. Because it's only the president that appoints president.
That is now the lower.
The lower.
Now, after the president has set up the governing bodies themselves, in now trying to fill vacancies in lower decision making, they have to take into consideration gender equity in appointments. It's like the Parliamentary Service Board. the Constitution has clearly stated how it should be composed. But now, we make a lot of decisions, and you did a lot, in filling the vacancies in the organogram. Like, you talk about clerks, deputy clerks, now we have assistant deputy clerks, senior principal assistant clerks. Then you have to factor in gender equity. I think that is where this clause is addressing. But you take the decision, I don't. Am I right?
Mr. Speaker, you are right, but on the expresso units rule, the words at other levels, at the lower levels, only came from you, not from the chairperson or in the bill. So maybe the governing body of the public service institution shall, in filling vacancies for positions in decision making at other levels, I'm just wondering whether we should add that, guided by the cue I'm taking from you, at other levels. Because if you say governing body, at that level, it is only the president.
Yeah.
But at other levels, as you have rightly pointed out, then we can support it. But we'll add those words at other levels, if the sponsor has no objection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, policy, ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that was what she was supposed to read. I don't know why she didn't read it.
At all levels.
It was at all levels. So after decision making at all levels. So maybe that didn't come out when she was reading it, but that is how it should read. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At all levels. Maybe he didn't know.
Honorable members, further amendment. After decision making, insert at all levels. I read it again for the benefit of the draft person. The governing body of a public service institution shall, in fill vacancies for decision making at all levels, have regulations of this act to ensure gender equity in appointments. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We have a further amendment to clause 15. Yes, Chairperson.
Speaker, we don't have further amendments to clause 15. It's clause 2. 15.
Well, there's clause 2. So what you asked me to do is to make it consequential, following the adoption of the one in clause 1. Honorable members, I direct that this consequential amendment, and the draft person should take that into consideration in redrafting the bill. We now move to clause, no, let me put the question on the clause 15. And the question is that, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and leave, clause 15, sub-clause 3, it reads, a person who is interviewed for recruitment into the public service. Is interviewed the only way where one can finally work for purpose of getting employed into the public service? If you use the word interviewed, the word a person who is interviewed and a person who is being considered, I think that consider will be appropriate. If you decide to write and on the basis of the exams you do recruitment, we know that for practice many institutions will do an interview process. But Mr. Speaker, when you say a person who is interviewed for recruitment into the public service may lodge a complaint with the committee if it reasonably believes that the person has suffered gender-based discrimination in the process of recruitment. You haven't even said in the process of interview. You have said in the process of recruitment. There's a problem with recruitment, Mr. Speaker. It is at the interview that some may have shown bias. bias towards the person. But mine is just for the sponsor to satisfy me. A person who is interviewed for recruitment. Why are you using interview? A person being considered for recruitment is a more general acceptable word in my view than narrowing it for interview. So we are saying that for purpose of complaint, the person can only is relative to an interview. What about in the examination process if something happens? Beyond examination, somebody discriminates against a person, that is not interview, but it is still in the recruitment process. So, Mr. Speaker, the interview here narrows recruitment only to interview. No HR practice will accept this. No HR practice accepts only interview. So we must get another way. Yeah. Maybe a person being considered, Mr. Speaker. In the consideration, there are several stages that
may we use the word assessed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, a person who is being assessed, a person who is assessed.
Yes, a person who is assessed, not for recruitment. We are not recruits. For employment.
For employment, thank you. So, wherever you so move, substitute recruitment for employment, both in the first line and in the after process in the last line of sub clause 3 of 15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, ministry, are we together? I think these are better terms than what you have there, because recruits is for the security people. They have recruits.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So the clause is a person who is assessed for employment into the public service may lodge a complaint with a committee if that person reasonably believes that the person who has suffered gender-based discrimination in the process of assessment. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, not assessment, the process of employment. Yes, employment. In the process of employment. I put the question again. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. For clarity, it says a person assessed for employment into the public service may lodge a complaint with the committee if that person reasonably believes that it has suffered gender-based discrimination in the process of employment. Honorable members, I will now put the question on the entire clause 15. And the question is that clause 15 as variously amended stand part of the. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as variously amended is to stand part of the bill. Clause 22. We are back to clause 15. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Speaker, before coming to clause 22, with your leave, may I crave your indulgence to take clause 20 through
clause 20
through second consideration. Mr. Speaker, particularly clause 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Mr. Speaker, I will start with 33. Mr. Speaker, it reads, a political party shall ensure that the progressive achievement of gender equity target set out in the first schedule is factored into A, the nomination of candidates for election. Mr. Speaker, by our constitutional imperative in Article 94, we don't nominate candidates. At the primary level, candidates are elected, and at the parliamentary level, presidential level, candidates are also elected. So when A is saying that political parties shall ensure the progressive achievement of the gender equity target set out in the first schedule is factored into the nomination of candidates for election. The Speaker, since nominate candidates for election, because we do not have proportional representation, how is this going to be achieved? Mr. Speaker, the second aspect is that the elected persons who serve as party officials. Mr. Speaker, branch executives are elected. The constituency executives are elected. The regional executives are elected. The national executives are elected. How is a political party going to do this? Mr. Speaker, if you will permit me, we can resolve the three. We'll move to the four, which has got to do with the Electoral Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, my proposal is that these three be delayed in view of the fact that we do not do a nomination since we don't have a proportional representation. By Article 94, everybody who is qualified and is eligible to contest primaries to stand on a political party ticket must necessarily be given the constitutional right to contest.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I do not know whether I can persuade the Honorable Bernard Ahiefo to abandon his amendment, or better still, we marry this nomination and election. Nomination and election. We join the two words. Because, yes. Political party, then NDC will nominate you before you are elected by your electorate in your constituency. So there is nomination and there is election. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful and we use the word election, it will offend Article 94 again. Because progressively, you can't go and say that a woman should be constituency and leave her constituency, or a man should be in this constituency or that constituency. So constitutionally, it will be problematic. You make laws that you practically can implement. Article 94, Ghana adversarial competitive democratic elections. Nobody has asked a woman not to run in Tamale South. And nobody has asked a woman not to run in Mfansiman. We are saying that the political party is going to nominate an election. Maybe we marry the two. Because you were nominated. Mr. Speaker, you were nominated. Your political party will electoral commission that this is their nomination for Akachi with your name. But the problem will be, Mr. Speaker, if you use election, then you are saying that this house, gender equity, progressive, can you achieve it? Constitutionally, it's impossible. Ghana's 1992. Let's not deceive ourselves that at the current framework, you want to achieve gender equity. Whether you use progressive or what progressive is not attainable until we amend the 1992 Constitution itself. But, Mr. Speaker, if he has no objection, we can say nomination and election of nomination for purpose of election. We do in other instruments.
May we use the word sponsor instead of nominate, because the Constitution uses the word sponsor, to sponsor. Sponsor candidates.
If you use the word
sponsor candidates for elections. Yes.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I am okay. Then that's when they are sponsoring you. But if they say they are nominating you with the system that we have, really going to be difficult.
Yes. The word should be sponsor candidates for election. That will save it. But we need that from the political parties.
Yes. So,
And what they do is to sponsor. The sponsorship is a matter of a letter signed by the General Secretary that you are going to stand as our member to contest this election. So that should be the word, not nominate. Ministry, are we together?
Mr. Speaker, we can change nomination for sponsor. I think that's fine with us. Thank you.
You can always find solace in Article 55, subclause 3. Article 55, subclause 3 of the Constitution is clearly stated there. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am more inclined to support the position of our former minority leader. Mr. Speaker, the provision here is an exception to the general rule. The general rule is that when we are going for elections, we all know how we go through processes of election and so on and so forth. But this being a gender-based or gender equity provision means that there are times that political parties would nominate. There are situations where maybe a candidate passes away or something happens. So the provision here is in relation to those times where the political party has an opportunity to nominate a person, not through the general process of going through the normal process of being elected. So in that case, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the provision as it stands, it carries the spirit of the amendment. Thank you.
We are trying not to be specific. Sponsorship includes nominate. Okay? It includes it. But if you say nominate, it doesn't apply in all situations. And it's better to use the general term to sponsor. And that is what is in the Constitution. So you cannot also be legislating outside the constitutional framework until in the reforms to the Constitution we decide to include all those words. As at now, it's better to use the more general term sponsor, which is accepted. But really, what situations do we have parties nominating this? You say by election. By election, they don't nominate. They don't nominate. They sponsor. They don't nominate. Even speakers, there is the perception that the speakers are nominated. They are not nominated. No. The only place you get the speaker name being mentioned is on this floor. And it's you who decide, and you come to present that candidate for election. So that's what happens. It's not the party. It is the member of parliament, your caucus, take the decision, and your leader will stand, which I did a number of times, and in my case, it was Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And then he will present, and then you contest. So you recall that I presented the Right Honorable Peter Alajete as a candidate for the position of Speaker against the other candidate, Right Honorable Sechi Virginia Hughes, and we contested here. They use incumbency to beat us. Politics. So A should be factored into the nomination of candidates for election. Instead of nomination, we are putting what? Sponsorship. Honorable members, sorry, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I've been getting up for more than 5 times, but I didn't catch your eye.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have discussed this clauses that my friend raised, and we justify these clauses with Chapter 6 of the Constitution, the directive principles of state policy. Mr. Speaker, particularly with the 23 that my friend raises, it reads, a political party shall ensure that the progressive achievement of the gender equity targets set out in the first chapter.
Are you taking us backwards? He has accepted that we should use the term sponsor instead of nominate. And I thought we were going to move forward. Unless you have something better than the word sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I will not challenge that. But the argument, we can't, in accordance of the Constitution, justify these things. That's why I would want to raise the point that in accordance with the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, there are some that this bill is aiming at working towards something in the future. We can't get it black and white, but I'm comfortable with the word sponsorship, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Do you want to convince us that the parties can nominate candidates for election?
Mr. Speaker, I said I will not challenge, but it is possible that the parties can nominate. We could get to a position where the parties can nominate, because the whole idea is in with the schedules that they are provided. We want the political parties to be aware that this is the direction that we want. If it becomes possible that a political party will say that we would want to nominate A, B, C for these positions, so be it. And that's the purpose of the law. We have limitation of the Constitution, but we want to go around it and create the awareness to say that they have the political parties are ensure the progressive achievement.
I have no problem with you are drawing our attention to. We want to look ahead. Now, in trying to look ahead, the Kent Group norm, the fundamental law, does it accept those terms? That is the challenge we have. I would even prefer that we have quota system looking ahead. I would prefer, because we don't only in current participatory democracy create constituencies that are only geographic. We also create social constituencies. This is where we are moving towards. So it's not only geographical constituencies. And so if you are creating social constituencies, geographical constituencies, there should be opportunity to quota system. Like disabled must have a percentage in parliament. And that is social. It's not geographic. You have the aged must be here to reflect their concern. We don't have that now. We can look at the gender to say that we need this percentage. After all, we've made resolutions at various conferences where we said that by this date, 2030, all parliaments must have this percentage of women representation. If you are going to use first past the post system throughout, we'll be like some countries in the advanced world. You will never get that percentage. And that is what we don't want, because of the value of the woman in development. You can't do without the women in development. Particularly in our society. Oh, all of you are products of women. It's not only speaker. Yeah, so we need to look at these things ahead. But in the meantime, restrained by this male-dominated constitutional provision. So we will, in the future, try to reform the Constitution to give us the opportunity to mainstream women into the decision-making process. But that is where we are now. Yes. So I can put the question. Now, let me go back to my colleague, good friend, Leonard friend. Anyway, we were not born the same year.
Yes.
You are my son.
Yes, I'm your son, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree on the recommendation that we should use the word sponsor. The word sponsor is in line with Article 55(3) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you cannot be wrong using the constitutional language. So instead of nomination, we should use the word sponsor. Yes, sponsorship. My concern is the other clauses. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the other clauses, the B, is saying the appointment, which I do not have a problem with the appointment. One, the position will be filled by appointing, so the political party can ensure gender equity in doing the appointment. But my only worry is or elections of persons who serve as party officials. So when it comes to election, it's going to be very difficult for them to have control, because if you take our branch elections into consideration, it is the people at the branch level that elect their branch executives. If you take the constituency elections, it is the constituency level that decide who should be in the constituency executive. The same thing applies to the region, and then at Congress, the entire membership of the party will decide who should be their national executives. So my proposal is that we delete all, so that after the A talking about the B will be talking about appointment of persons to serve as party officials.
Honorable members, appointment, or I thought you should just delete or election and leave it the appointment of persons. Yes, Honorable Mama Yalga.
Mr. Speaker, I think the political parties either appoint or elect. They either appoint or elect their officials. So if you take out appointment, or if you take out election, then it means that the parties will not be under an obligation to base a scheme in their internal processes to have women represented. So both ways, whether in terms of positions that they appoint or those that are elected, consistent with the commitment to ensure gender equity, the parties must have a mechanism to make sure that women are adequately represented. How they achieve that then becomes the subject of some work that the parties must do going forward, because there are targets set in the legislation starting from 2026 to 20.
Honorable Member,
Yes.
legal persona, do parties elect? Parties. Do you have a party going to elect? You have persons, voters, who go to elect. And so when you use the parties themselves don't elect. The party can appoint. That one they do. And that is why there is a challenge there. If you want to talk about a process that the party can put in place, that's different from party electing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I use the word party loosely, referring to the internal organ members of the party carrying out the elections. But the clause itself says the political party shall ensure the progressive achievement of the gender equality target set out in the first schedule is factored into the amendment or election of persons. It doesn't talk about the party electing the persons, but election of persons to serve as party officials. So election of persons to serve as party officials. The parties normally have delegates that are delegated to carry out the election. Or at the branch level, they may say all registered members of the party should converge and then elect a party official. So I think that there are two mechanisms. For instance, the communications of parties are often not elected. They are appointed. So I'm saying there are two types of offices that are occupied in the party. There are offices that are and there are offices that are elected. And I'm saying that if you keep to just appointment and leave offices that you get into through an election, then you reduce the obligation of the parties to only tinker with the ones to appointment and not put in place mechanisms that will ultimately ensure that women get elected to serve in party offices.
The angle the member is coming from is right. Honorable Member, what the party is called upon to do is to ensure that there's a process in place that will lead to the progressive achievement of the gender equity targets. That's what they are to do. They are not to nominate or sponsor or elect, but it's the process or mechanism or system you put in place to get that done. I think that is what the clause is talking about. So he has drawn my attention to that. And so even the first proposal to delay the nomination, we got it wrong. Because they put the process in place for the nomination, not that the party is going to do the nomination. That is what the clause is about. I think Honorable Mama Ayaga, you've done by drawing our attention to this. But maybe there's some superior knowledge somewhere. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this may not be superior knowledge, but to contribute to the discourse, Mr. Speaker. At the committee level, we were minded by this call to allow the political parties to put in place the process. And we talked about the fact that already political parties do entice equity by way of reducing, for example, filing fees for promoting the processes that would engender or encourage equity by way of
gender participation from the other side. And so what we look at, why I would also say the appointment and election cannot be done away with is because it is not always by appointment. There are processes to elect even at that constituency or national level. Thank you.
Did you use the word entice?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I use that advisedly and especially to show how political parties have allowed or have encouraged our female counterparts to pay lesser.
So entice here means encourage. Because I was trying to understand how the parties entice people. I didn't get it when I was active practice. So if it is a new development, I want to learn. So I think that the point raised by Honorable Mama Yarga is right. May you understand, Honorable Bernard are here for, or you want to continue? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand that you are persuaded by the argument of Honorable Mahama Yarga. But, Mr. Speaker, may I with respect draw your attention to Article 55(3) of the 1992 Constitution.
Yes, 10. Yes.
And we borrowed the words as you use it first. It reads, subject to the provisions of this article, a political party is free in shaping the political will of the people to disseminate information on political ideas, social and economic programs of a national character, and sponsor candidates for elections. So for our purposes, Mr. Speaker, let's just borrow the words here and put it there.
That's not where we are now. After that one, we accept it. Is the next one of appointment or election of persons that we are now dealing with.
Even that, Mr. Speaker, we can leave it as it is. Practically, the political parties have both elective officers and appointed officers. If you go to the NDC headquarters, they probably are. There are people who have been appointed. And Mr. Speaker, you have traveled many times to the House of Commons in the United Kingdom. Maybe we should, in many other jurisdictions, the parties elect a leader, then you appoint the national leadership to those who can work with you, like-minded persons. But I think that I'll yield to what Honorable Mahama Yarga said, as you said, so that you put the question.
Yes, my proposal, you decide. I don't take decisions. And I don't participate in the debate. I just guide you. Please. My proposal was only for A, to delete nomination and insert sponsorship. For B, I think we can let it go. The appointment or election of persons. It covers both the appointed positions and the elected positions. So that go. Are we okay? So I put the question on only 23A. Delete nomination and insert sponsorship. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I now put the question on clause 20. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, before you put the question on the entire clause 20, I want us to look at clause 24C. The Electoral Commission shall ensure that a political party, in respect of election as parliamentary candidates of the party, progressively attain gender equity and assignment to available positions as specified in the first schedule. Then, Mr. Speaker, we look at 5 also. It said that the progressive achievement of the gender equity set out in the first schedule in contesting for election in respect of safe constituency seats shall include in the manifesto and constitution of a political party. Mr. Speaker, the former majority leader is saying that with me I should give out my safe seat. Mr. Speaker, these are the circumstances that we must take into consideration in making this particular law. Mr. Speaker, as long as we want to promote women participation in an election, in a particular constituency, no matter consider the seat of that constituency being safe, you cannot prevent independent candidates from contesting. And that is not on the ticket of any political party. So to say that we are reserving safe seats for women in order to ensure their participation in politics, Mr. Speaker, we may not achieve the aim. And Mr. Speaker, let us remember that the Constitution in Article 94 talks about a qualification of who would contest the position. So we are saying that if I am qualified and a woman is also qualified because it is a safe seat, is it going to be the case that I'm not going to be allowed to contest the election, or how are we going to achieve this in the safe seats?
The attempt, I think, is to try to encourage, not entice. Try to our society to build a culture that can seamlessly create opportunities for women. And so you realize the reference to the first schedule deals with progressive achievement of targets from 2020 to 2030. That's within a period. And that will be factored in by voters. They will assess the parties to see which party is making effort to be what? Gender compliant. And they will vote for that party and not the party that is. We know these independent candidates are actually not independent. They come from some kind of disagreements within parties. So we'll look at you with some different eyes. I don't mind if we encourage it and continue like this. But if we insist that because of the current situation, we should try to go by the letter, actually not the spirit most of the time, the letter of the Constitution, we can do so. Yes, let me listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at 4, the Electoral Commission shall ensure that a political party in respect of C, election as parliamentary candidates of the party progressively attains gender equity. I think you should stop there, because what is coming after it doesn't, in my opinion, flow. The Electoral Commission shall ensure that a political party in respect of election as parliamentary candidates of the party progressively attains gender equality in assignments to available positions as specified in the first schedule. Assignments which are available. We're talking about parliamentary candidates. Election as parliamentary candidates. So all you're asking the Commission to do is to make sure that there is gender equity in the election of women as parliamentary candidates. And that's the objective. The rest of the sentence in my clause, in my opinion, doesn't really. It should terminate at election as parliamentary candidates of the party progressively attains gender equity. So that the clause will be, the Electoral Commission shall ensure that a political party, irrespective of election and candidates of the party, progressively attains gender equity. So that you amend by deleting in assignments to available positions as specified in the fair schedule. We're talking achieving the gender equity target for the selection or election or sponsorship of parliamentary candidates.
You have a point there. And then the ministry. Now, is that clause talking about political or electoral commission? I thought the clause, if you look at the heading, is political parties and the representation of women. And throughout, we are talking about political party. Political party. Now you have brought in electoral commission. Now, how can electoral commission ensure that this is done by a political party? How?
Mr.
Yes, please.
So, the discussion here is specifically to political parties. We deleted the part that has to do with the Electoral Commission because of our Constitution and Article 94. We believe that when it comes to the independent constitutional bodies, we cannot, as discussed here, we cannot any extra core functions from what the Constitution has provided for. And so this should speak solely to political parties. Electoral Commission shouldn't play any role in this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so I found that subclause 4 and 6 now shifting the ban on electoral commission. I don't see how electoral commission can ensure that. It's not part of their functions. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, not a function. The Electoral Commission, for this purpose, is envisaged a regulator of the political parties.
As a what?
A regulator. So when the political parties file nominations, they will look at the gender equity measure as a standard. Maybe you have 207 members of parliament. The political parties to file names of those who will contest to the regulator, which is the Electoral Commission. If you file more men than women, and it doesn't meet the threshold, that is what this is.
So the political party, the Electoral Commission will disqualify them?
No, the Electoral Commission will tell the political party that you have not respected gender equity standards. No, they will, but it's constitutionally impossible. Mr. Speaker, the best way to resolve this problem is to amend the 1992 Constitution. But we are dancing around.
Yes.
We are dancing around. But the Electoral Commission for this purpose.
The election cannot enforce.
No, but they are a regulator. That political parties.
That one they can regulate it.
So if they cannot do it, why legislate on it?
No, it's the political parties that the law is towards empowering and compelling the political parties to do something. When you put that responsibility on the Electoral Commission, it's something that they cannot. There is no law now, unless you want to pass a law in future. The political parties, the political parties, you see, that is the difficulty I've been drawing your attention to. That the mandate of the candidate, the MP, is to who? Is it to the political party or to the voter? If it is to the voter, the political parties have difficulty. If it is the political parties, then they take the decision, they impose. But Ghana, because of the hybrid You were mentioning UK. UK is the parties. The parties say you can't stand on our ticket, you can't stand on our ticket. Period. You can't go and stand independent there and win. You scarcely can get independence. These days, somehow, some people manage to scrape through. But when they get to the floor, they find themselves completely lost. You see, that is the challenge we have now. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, that is, I think, a fundamental problem that runs through the entirety of this bill. It's a fundamental problem. This clause that we are looking at and the clause that follows it, clause 5 and 4. Clause 5, it uses certain important nomenclatures such as safe constituency seat. Safe constituency seat has not been defined here. Hasn't. Which seat is safe? If you don't campaign, which seat is? Because I have seen seats that were thought to be safe, and yet candidates from opposing political parties have won. Oho is a typical example. So which seat is safe? And secondly, let's be careful not to open ourselves to much litigation because of the kind of words that we use. Assuming that a political party compiles its list, then a female candidate who has lost at one stage, or a number of female candidates go and decide that they are going to challenge the list of that political party being accepted by the Electoral Commission. And I have seen it happen in some countries, like in Senegal. One of the issues was the organization responsible for the election accepting certain lists. So already in this country, we are so suspicious of one another. And one institution that suffers a lot of suspicion is the Electoral Commission. So if you give the Electoral Commission an obligation to determine whether a list is appropriate or inappropriate, and that Electoral Commission is inappropriately influenced to begin meddling into the internal affairs of political parties as to whether the nominations that they have brought to the Electoral Commission meet the gender equity requirement or not, we are going to create a lot of problems. So let's be careful with what we propose in legislation, because it will serve as the basis for litigation. People will litigate. People are going to litigate, and we're going to have a big difficulty.
Actually, that's what we are doing now, being careful. And so your call is really what we are trying to put in practice. We are being careful. And the ministry will do well to draw attention to the policy. The policy. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to draw the House's attention to the first schedule. Process for measuring progressive compliance with targets. 1. Compliance shall be through the submission of gender policies and plans to the Committee for the Progressive Achievement of Targets from 2020 to 2030, in 12 months of the coming into force of this Act, with an evaluation every 4 years, and then it goes on. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly suggested, we cannot draft a law in accordance with the Constitution. We can't achieve it. We are constrained. But we want to look forward. So if the political party should file a policy on gender, it is binding on almost everybody. And therefore, it gets to a time that the Electoral Commission should be conscious of this and work towards the achievement. So the schedule, Mr. Speaker, if you are adopting the schedule as part of the law, we must not be in a haste that now the Constitution says this. As I've said, the Constitution is in place for so many years, but we have not achieved everything under Chapter 6. So we cannot say that because we are making a law, we have to achieve this within 1 year or 2 years. But we must head towards the achievement of this as a reality. We then have to forget about the bill that we are considering, that is the affirmative action, because it is male-dominated, and we want to bring the women along. Now we have a schedule which says that within this period to 2020, this is what we are working towards. Bring the policy. So if we have the policies, we must be working to achieve them. Otherwise, we will never be there, because we will always be guided by our Constitution. And the Constitution, if we want to go by the letter of the Constitution, then we must as well stop the promulgation of the affirmative action bill into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Former Majority Leader, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. He who must be obeyed. You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, that is the letter B. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a new law that we want to craft. I agree that we must tread cautiously. First of all, we must appreciate the fact that conforming to democratic norms does not necessarily mean that there should be at every turn. The Speaker, it is the reason why even within the internal organization of political parties, Article 55, Clause 9 provides that the members of the National Executive Committee of a political party shall be chosen from all the regions of Ghana. It does not really use the word elected. It says shall be chosen. Even though election is also one of the main choosing people. Popular acclamation is also part of it. Nomination is part of the choosing process. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we should at every turn submit to elections. The Speaker, having said so, the other that we must also look at is the functions of the Electoral Commission. They deal with the conduct of elections within or in the space of political office bearers, which is why they conduct elections, public elections. The Speaker, political parties technically are not public office holders. So, for instance, my own party would not submit our internal elections, the conduct of internal elections, to the Electoral Commission. They only come to supervise. They don't do elections for us. Even though I realize that increasingly these days we are ceding space to the Electoral Commission. It's not their object. Mr. Speaker, Article 45 of the Constitution is clear that the Electoral Commission conducts and supervises all public elections and referenda. So in that regard, I think we should be careful how we hinge the performance of the Electoral Commission on the conduct of the internal affairs of political parties. We should be careful. Mr. Speaker, I think that if we want to maintain this, that is the four, we should rather seek the collaboration, that let us collaborate with the political parties to ensure this. But to say that they shall ensure, we are making it a direct function of the Electoral Commission. And that, in my view, will be inconsistent with the Constitution. So perhaps if we said that they should collaborate with the political parties to achieve this purpose. That's something that could be taken. But if you say that they shall ensure, you are making a direct function of the electoral commission. In my view, that will be inconsistent with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
You see, that's the care we are exercising. And that is why we are having difficulty in putting it on the Electoral Commission. Now, we will have to reformulate because we all see the need. Only we have a constitutional challenge. How do we navigate this? Those nuances involved. I expected the ministry, the sponsors of the bill, to have engaged more. But usually you surmount such problems when you build consensus. If the parties had agreed that we will not take these matters to court, or if we have gotten the judiciary to understand and be using the purposive approach in all situations, then we can be covered. These days that anything we say on this floor is taken to court and struck down. We are being very careful. And so I may advise as a guide that those two clauses, I should say sub-clauses, 4 and 6, shifting the burden onto the Electoral Commission, should be looked at again. It should be the political parties we should be holding to try to stream this. Are we together? The Minister for Gender.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
So what do we do? Because we have also sworn to pass this law before we rise.
Yes. So now we need to look at the wording. As the former leader spoke about, more of a collaborative approach, we can coin it that way so that we are not tying them or that they should ensure, but then there's more of a collaborative approach between.
I just want the rendition.
So I'll get a rendition.
Yes. Some of the technical people who draft very well can do it now. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minister should be guided by your cue. Stand this down, do further consultation. Political party Article 46, Electoral Commission is independent. The extent to which they relate to the political parties, there are limitations. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even in considering this bill, one of the things this House must guard against is an attempt to use an act to amend the Constitution. We should be very careful that we are not using this bill to amend provisions in the Constitution. Anything that is repugnant to the Constitution, if anybody walks to the Supreme Court, will be embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you are right. Do we defer the consideration of that proposed amendment? Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, at winnowing, we did extensive consultation and agreed that provisions related to political parties as a result of the independence of the political party, in order not to political parties to meddle in the Electoral Commission to meddle with the affairs of the political parties. These obligations that we are imposing on the political parties should be deleted. So I am surprised that at this stage we still have those provisions. At the material moment of the winnowing, the minister responsible was with us. The chairperson of the committee was there. So there was an agreement from the committee level that these provisions be deleted. Honorable member for Honorable Animelu was available at the winnowing. clear decision was taken that those provisions should be deleted.
Yes, let me listen to the chair, constitutional and legal.
Mr. Speaker, the former majority leader suggested that it must be a collaborative approach. And therefore, I would have suggested that we can start, the political parties shall collaborate with the Electoral Commission the political parties, Mr. Speaker, I'm being corrected further that we should use the word may, and the political parties may collaborate with the Electoral Commission to ensure A, B, and C. What the ranking member, we had deliberated upon these things, but I think that I've always been citing Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that we are not conflicting with the Constitution, and that we can find a way of selling the idea to people that we have to work towards this, Mr. Speaker. And the same thing, but if the two are deleted, Mr. Speaker, I do not think that it will be to the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Actually, yes.
Mr. Speaker, there must be internal consistency in this bill. Don't forget that you have already designed an enforcement mechanism, the bill, which is the committee. The committee is responsible for enforcing matters relating to the attainment of gender equity in various institutions and organizations. Why is it that in the case of political parties, you are trying to rope in the Electoral Commission as part of the enforcement mechanism? I think that we must be consistent. If we think that the enforcement of all the objectives that we have set out in the bill should be the responsibility of the committee, which you have designed beautifully and we have approved, let's leave it. But to now try at this stage to drag the election, I think will be a bit difficult. Let's keep it to the committee. They send it to the committee follows up to make sure that parties are also complying with their obligations, just as the committee is ensuring that all other institutions of state are complying with their obligations under this legislation. That way we will attain consistency. But to drag the Electoral Commission in will create a lot of conflicts.
Mr. Speaker.
If that just been that, it would have been very easy.
So,
but now you are dealing with political parties who are not, the political parties are not part of the structure of government. And they stretch outside to try and enforce what political parties could do. So I prefer that, to be safe, the proposal of the chair for Constitutional and Legal for us to delete 4 and 6 is the safest way to go. Those trying to shift, the sub-clauses trying to rather burden the Electoral Commission with something that they don't have the mandate to do and they cannot do. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that we delete clause 20. So yes, 24, 6, 7, and 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, those are the contentious sub-clauses. Yes, please.
With your indulgence, you see, even 5, You want to legislate on manifesto and constitution of political parties. Mr. Speaker, political parties are an extension of the fundamental human rights granted to freedom of association. So, Mr. Speaker, Minister, is problematic.
Oh, that's the clause dealing with safe constituency seats.
And then safe. What is safe?
Well, we may have to define them, but let me listen to the ladies. The honorable ladies are up. Yes, Honorable Dr. Zanato Ajiman Rawlings.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. With regards to the clause 20 on political parties and representation of women, I'm a little bit concerned about the deletion of so many clauses here, because ultimately what we see in the Chamber of Parliament origin, and the origin is in the political parties. So what measures are being put in place to ensure that what we are hoping to achieve progressively actually where it actually begins, at the political parties? Because we are all very aware of what happens within our political parties when it's time for elections. So if the measures that we need to have for what we're hoping to achieve are not somehow orchestrated to occur at that level, what we're seeking to achieve here will not happen, and we will have an act that will not have any weight to it, because everything that we're seeing here is because of what happened within our various parties. That's why we have 40 members of parliament here today, aside from the fact that the people made a certain choice. If we are putting something in place, it makes it very difficult to speak to the political representation when it comes to women in politics, Mr. Speaker. So I'm seeking some guidance. What is the way around this? Because if these clauses are removed because the EC is being seen as not in charge of this, who then should be able to twist the arm, so to speak, of the political parties to make sure that the representation we are hoping for begins at that level? Because it's not happening, Mr. Speaker.
I listen to the minister.
Mr. Speaker, my earlier submission was on the 4, 6, and 7. Mr. Speaker, would like to delete 4, 6, 7, and 8, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to assure the Member of Parliament for Colleague Clotte that what we are seeking to do, we keep using the word because we are guided by the Constitution and the limitations that we currently face in trying to amend the Constitution using this law, which we cannot do. I believe with what we are seeking to do, 1, 2, 3 should suffice. We want to increase representation in Parliament, not just Parliament, but we are also guided by all the discussions we've had here, and primarily by our 1992 Constitution. And so, for now, I propose that we delete the paragraphs that seek to give the Electoral Commission extra functions that do not fall within their current core functions. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, there's a proposal from the sponsor. Yes, former Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when I entered, I argued for a collaboration between the parties and the Electoral Commission. But having listened to the member for Boku Central, I think I'm persuaded by the force of his argument that the Electoral Commission has not been given any function earlier on, so we cannot introduce an Electoral Commission. So better we deal with it. In that regard, I agree with for calling for the deletion of 4, 6. I don't see the relevance of 5 any longer because it's very contentious. So I would rather encourage to drop not only 4 and the ones that he has mentioned, but 5 as well. And then we may also have to do away with 8 and 10, because 10 then defines what a safe constituency is. So I think what we may have to leave rather would be the 7, which he is calling for its deletion. I don't think so. I think 7 remain. Each political party registered with the Electoral Commission shall submit to the Commission an annual report on gender equality in the party, and the Electoral Commission shall publish the report in the Gazette. This naming and shaming would stand. So that is relevant, that one. And to me, that's the only thing that should be left there. Because even the 9 is the strategies for gender equality in relation to political parties. That is set out in 4. So once you are deleting 4, 9 will also not have any relevance. So that stretch, I think the only one that you should leave will be 7.
I only disagree with the 9 that you proposed to also be deleted. Well, when you go to the schedule, you see the language there can accommodate 9, but 4, 5, 6, and 10. 10 is an attempt to define safe constituency seat. I say it's an attempt because there are so many assumptions. You assume that a political party is sure that this seat is their stronghold. And so you see, they use the term political party perceives to be its stronghold. That is an assumption. And confident to retain the seat. I don't know which political party can be confident that anybody you put here, you retain the seat. You cannot. And so, because a lot of color and other idiosyncrasies come in the election of candidates. So, I will support that the House should go in that. In future, when we are able to reform the Constitution, we can easily improve our bill or act and then make it to achieve the vision that we all have. As of now, they may proceed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will not be our friends again. Are we together? So can I proceed to put the question?
The Speaker, I gather from what you said that you want us to retain 7 and 9 as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we retain 7, 9.
7 and 9.
Yes.
Except that.
And then also, we've already dealt with 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
So 21, 2, 3, 7 and 9.
The Speaker, except that for 9, it relates to the 6th schedule.
Yes.
It relates to the 6th schedule.
Yes.
Yes, there's a problem there. There's a problem because the 6th schedule still retains the safe seat for women. That is 5 of the.
When we get to the schedule,
yes, we may have to delete
that when we get there.
We may have to delete that when we get there.
We'll handle that, yes.
And then, just as existed in the Old Testament, past still described as the office of Parliament. So again, we need to clean that one up. Again, 3 of 6. So when we get there, we need to clean those ones up.
Yes, when we get to putting the question on the schedules, we'll try to clean that up. So, honorable members, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely believe that we should retain 25, which says the progressive achievement of the gender equality targets set out in first schedule in contesting for elections in respect of a safe constituency seat shall be included in the manifesto constitution of a political party.
What is that safe constituency seat?
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of this argument, we all know where our safe seats are.
You know, I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm saying that we should leave that for the political parties to decide where their safe seats are.
You are making a law, and you are making the law to leave it to the person to decide.
Mr. Speaker, we will actually give parameters or we will give indications of things that political parties should look at in considering a seat as safe. That is what I honestly believe. Because this is affirmative action law, Mr. Speaker, and we should be trying to...
Honorable, you are a lawyer. You know when you are making...
Yes.
You expect compliance.
Yes.
You expect compliance.
Yes.
And if not complied with, you enforce it. And if you are making a law and you are not sure of compliance and you know you cannot enforce it, then it's what? Yes, you can go on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that with the greatest of respect, we can give parameters as to what may constitute a safe seat. So, for example,
look at 10. It's defined there. The parameters have been given. 10. Subclause 10. Because of the uncertainty, they say the political party perceives to be a stronghold. You are perceiving. Okay? It's not something you are certain. And then it goes on to say that the political party has confidence in retaining. I don't know where that the basis for the confidence.
Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with you, except that at this stage, I am of the opinion that we should be looking at a good definition. So it means words will not pass. So which words will pass for a safe seat is what I employ the whole House to look at. I am not dictating what will constitute a safe seat, but I think that together, all look for words because we have seen that these words will not wash. Which words will wash for a safe seat, so that at least we can be making progress. Thank you very much.
You studied literature in English. You should be telling us which word will wash. Now, once we have consensus, I have to put the question, and then the decision will be taken by the House. Yes, Honorable Bernard Ahiefo.
Mr. Speaker, let me now move that clause 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10 of clause 20 be deleted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, those in favor that in clause 20, subclauses 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10 be deleted. Say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I have to put the question again. Those in favor of the deletion of subclauses 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable member, the ayes have it. Motion is carried. I'll proceed to put the question on the entire clause 20. And the question is that Clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The Act, Clause 20 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, Clause 20. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 22. The Minister for Gender did propose that the head note resolution be deleted. So the House agreed for the new edition to read Gender Equity Report, except that you didn't put the question, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, we did. I remember we first even deleted resolution, and then the word there was equality report, and we amended that to equity report, and so the heading was Gender Equity Report. It's just that the clerks at table did not note it, but that was what we did. I presided, so I can vividly recollect that. Anyway, since we have it here, we are being called upon to delete resolution from the head note, so it will be Gender Equity Report. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether the sponsor and the chairperson have difficulty if the head note reads Submission of Gender Equity Report. Submission of Gender Equity Report. Thank you.
It's okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal from the former minority leader, I think it's in line with what the provision or the body of the provision is speaking to. It's speaking to the submission of a report. So the head notes can read same. Submission of gender equity reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the experts say it's quite acceptable, so we don't have to split hairs over it. So the amendment is as follows: delete resolution, and before gender, insert submission of. So you have submission of gender equity report as the heading. Those in favor of this amendment say. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I can now put the question on the entire clause 22. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, you can, but just with an explanation with my background. Trade Union Congress, yes. But there's now the Federation of Labor. There is also what is referred to as organized labor, and there's also the Ghana Labor Forum. The Ghana Labor Forum. Even though traditionally and in practice, government relates to the two, which is what is in the bill. But I'm just saying there are other labor groups, like the Federation of Labor. So whether we want to substitute Trade Union Congress for organized labor is just a suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, you may recollect that I raised this subject matter. And I said that rather we should use organized labor, which includes the TUC, the other work organizations, and including forum. In fact, is the one that has even the largest number of representatives. So rather to use organized labor, not TUC.
It means then you have to define it so that they know specifically where to submit the reports. If you are ready with the definition of organized labor, let's go on, then we put it at the interpretation clause. Acceptable to the ministry that we delete Trade Unions Congress and insert organized labor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Don't just say yes, please. Because it's not only in that clause we are using Trade Union Congress. We've used it before. So do we have to delete it throughout and be using organized labor? Your mic.
So, Mr. Speaker, please, I just want to go through to the provisions that we used Trade Union Congress, then we would take a decision on.
Unfortunately, I can't hear your sweet voice.
So, Mr. Speaker, please, I said I'd like to just go through again and see the provisions that we use Trade Union Congress for, and then we can agree that where there's Trade Union Congress, we can substitute it for organized labor. So I'll get back to you on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, there is a further amendment to clause 22, which is in 22(2). It says, delete Trade Union Congress and insert organized labor. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I will now put the question, entire clause 22. And the question is that clause 22 as variously amended. Stands.
Yes. Respectfully. Where's the? Am I holding a different one? That's the new one.
The one on the incorporated amendments.
Have announced it.
The new one that just yes, this is a yes. So they have that position.
Honorable members, yes. So let me put the question again. You want to? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, which in 22(2), all we need to do is to take away Congress and add a trade union. A trade union. So
you don't like the term organized labor?
Mr. Speaker, organized labor is too broad. It's too broad, but if we use to a trade union.
What about if they are not trading?
They are all unions. So if you say
so
a
you have
trade
dropped
union.
trade now, and you are now using unions. When you say trade union, it's not all organized labor trade.
No, Mr. Speaker, trade here is generic. It is not trade as in buying and selling. Historically, every profession is a trade. So when we say a trade union, we mean all the professions. So that we just have a trade union. Once we say a trade union, we expand it far more than we say organized labor.
But why do you want to take us to the old school and not the new school, where the term organized labor?
Well, the challenge is
well, I know your generation, so we leave it there. Yes, honorable members, I put the question on the entire clause 22, and the question is that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Please, with your kind indulgence, let me acknowledge the presence of some students from the Baku zone schools. They are located in Upper West Achim. They are led by a teacher and then media escort. The name of the teacher is Nyongmo Philip, and the name of the media escort is Corporal Brago. The other one was I see two after the name. You know what it means? Corporal Brago plus 2. Maybe it's a handwriting. There are 57 in number. They are here to observe what you do. They are part of the Catch Them Young. They are MP Upper West Achim. Yes. Let me, on your behalf and on behalf of the whole House, welcome them to Parliament. You are most welcome. I'm told you have some commitment to go. Please, we've enjoyed your presence. We hope you learned something, and that will improve you better in future. Once again, you are welcome. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, I wanted us to complete this affirmative action before we go on break. I haven't been able to take email today, so I have my colleagues also seated there. They want to see it before they also leave. So let's go to clause 25.
Clause 25, Mr. Speaker. Amendment subclause 8, paragraph B. Closing phrase lines 2 and 3. Delete Human Rights Division of the
So when you say today what? Are you rising on this proposed amendment? No. I'm not saying what you are going to say is not important. I say, are you rising on this proposed amendment? Then let me put the question after that, then you can rise. Honorable members, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not following the amendments that's been proposed. He's proposing.
I'm going to repeat it.
Okay.
The question is for us to amend clause 25, subclause 8B, line 5, delete, and 6, line 5 and 6, delete Human Rights Division of the phrase Human Rights Division of delete. Now it will read, where the 6-month period indicated under Section 6 has expired and the complaint has not been settled by the National Labour Commission, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, or the committee, the aggrieved person, may submit the complaint to the High Court and notify the committee of the complaint submitted. That is the proposal. Because the High Court has jurisdiction, you don't have to specify the Human Rights Division of the High Court. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes, the amendment is carried. I put the question on the entire. Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, before you put the question on the entire 25, just as you read, the text, complaint, and submitted. Complaint submitted appears as one word. So for those who would pay attention to the text, let it be separated. You read it so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Complaint submitted in the text.
Yes.
Thank you.
They've drafted to be very sloppy there. Because may submit the complaint to the High Court and notify the committee of the complaint submitted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you could just read of the submission and delete complaint before submission. I so, with your leave and indulgence, I so move for the delete of complaint
So
in the last
amendment,
line.
The last line, delete complaint and notify the committee of the submission. So you delete complaint submitted and insert submission. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. I put the question on the entire clause 25. And the question is that clause 25 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 25 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Sam George.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are engaged in a very important exercise. But, Mr. Speaker, if you are to use this colloquial English, your health is more important to some of us. The fact that you sat since morning, you met with rankings and chairmen, had 2 committee meetings, and you've come to preside over the House. Mr. Speaker, your health, you are number 2 country, and you have great importance to some of us. Mr. Speaker, please suspend and go and get something into your system. This government business, for 3 weeks we were here, there was no government business. When, Mr. Speaker, you are well taken care of, if it's tomorrow, we can come back, or if it's in October, we can come and finish it for them. But, Mr. Speaker, your health is of primary consideration to us. Experts have told us. Your health committee, that we sit for more than 2 hours at a go. Mr. Speaker, you've been sitting for 4 hours, 37 minutes, 56 seconds. Now 57 seconds. Mr. Speaker, you a lot to me and the people of Ningo Prampam and the people of Ghana. Please break this session and go and take something for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, your health is important. Indeed, the Speaker's health is important. And your health is equally important. But don't try to say that the Speaker doesn't know what he's doing. The Speaker knows what he's doing. And he has given, unfortunately, you were not around. One, you were not around. Secondly, you were not part of conclave. There is a prior agreement of businesses to be prosecuted. You are giving the Speaker a reminder, but respectfully, it's needless. The Speaker knows what to do. A very experienced legislator, it will not take you to tell the Speaker to suspend. The Speaker knows what to do. So my good friend, allow the Speaker to do his job.
and the Speaker knows what to do. Speaker, I think he's totally out of order, and we encourage you to rule him out of order. He should go to the coffee break, go to the coffee shop and take some tea.
Honorable members, I suspend sitting for 2 hours. 2 hours. We'll be back to continue with the business of the House. Welcome from the suspension of sitting. I will look to leave for guidance in this matter. Which of the items do we take, or we continue with the consideration stage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill? Which one?
We want to start off with the consideration of the affirmative action bill, after which we'll proceed as
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister for Environment was around, we would have to withdraw her bill and lay it again. But since she's not around yet, I agree with my colleague that we can continue and hopefully finish the affirmative action bill, and then we take it from there. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Speaker, if you may allow me to seek leave for, I think we were on second consideration, and I think we got to clause 27. Unfortunately, the chairperson is not available presently. Speaker, with your leave and leave of the House, I think if you may allow the Minister to lead us on that. Because
the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovations in?
No, the Minister is not here. The Minister for Environment is yet to come to the chair.
The chairperson.
Okay, the chairperson just walked in.
Honorable members, we continue with the consideration of Affirmative Action Gender Equality Act 2024. We were about to move to clause 27 when I suspended proceedings. So we'll take clause 27. Clause 27.
Mr. Speaker, clause 27, amendment proposed, lines 1 and 2, delete sex disaggregated and insert gender disaggregated.
Honorable members, this one was discussed yesterday and agreed upon. And so I will proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete sex disaggregated and insert gender disaggregated, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members have it. The motion for amendment is carried. And I'll proceed to put the question on the entire clause 27. And the question is that clause 27, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The act, clause 27, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. We will move to clause 31. Clause 31.
Clause 31, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, interpretation for bona fide occupational qualification, delete.
This is a consequential amendment because we delete the clause in which that phrase was used, and that was clause 3. Clause 2 actually, sub-clause 3. And so I put those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We still have more proposals to clause 31.
Clause 31, amendment proposed, interpretation for discrimination against women, delete against women.
So we are now only defining discrimination. But if you are defining only discrimination, I think it's defined in the Constitution. Why do you want to profile a new definition from that in the Constitution? If you are using discrimination and you are defining it, I think it's been defined in the Constitution.
Speaker, so we can use the definition in Article 17.3, which...
That's why you lifted.
Yes. You can use...
That in the Constitution at Article 17(3) is different. For the purposes of this act, discriminate means to give different treatment to different persons attributable only or mainly to their respective descriptions of. From that, can you tell us where in the bill only discrimination? I thought the amendment was to delete discrimination against women, since that clause where it was used had earlier on been deleted. But now you are only taking against women and leaving discrimination. And your definition of discrimination differs from that in the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, the phrase discrimination against women was not used in the bill, but rather discrimination.
It was not used in the bill. Where is this thing alone used in the bill? You are referring to the new edition, not the old, because we did all those amendments and you've been given a new one after the first consideration. It's been compiled, and that is now what we are using. Can you show me which clause the word discrimination has been used and you are now defining it? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that section reads, discriminate means discrimination against women within the context of this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you take Article 17(3), that describes or that defines discrimination, it was a general definition. But within the context of this bill, particularly because the bill has to do with promoting gender equality or gender equity, anywhere we see discriminate, it actually means discrimination against women. I'm sure that's what we probably wanted to say when the entire definition was put here. So, Mr. Speaker, I will propose that the entire...
I just want you to refer me to the clauses where you have the word discrimination.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we'll go through the bill and provide those right now.
Yes, please.
Speaker, the definition of discrimination, what is in the bill, discrimination against women means any distinction, exclusion, or restriction made.
We have gone beyond that.
I'm indulging you with your leave.
The motion they moved,
Yes.
is for us to delete against women.
Yes.
And then maintain the word discrimination and the definition there. And I said if we are to define discrimination, then it's already in the Constitution. So we can't do that definition. And they are now trying to draw my attention to the fact that this is a specific definition in context of the bill. And I want to see where it has been used in context to mean only women. That is where we read. Yes, you found it.
Mr. Speaker, but I think the proposal is to delete the entire definition of discrimination against women.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the rationale, that's clause 31. They say amendment proposed, interpretation for discrimination against women. Delete against women. It should be delete, because the rationale is that the phrase discrimination against women was not used in the bill. So if discrimination against women was not used in the bill, then there is no need defining discrimination against women. So the actual proposal is that discrimination in the interpretation, discrimination against women, because it was not used anywhere in the bill.
What I found in the bill is the phrase gender discrimination. That is in the functions of the committee. Gender discrimination. If that is what you want to define, then the current definition could fit into it because it's context specific. What is in the Constitution is a general definition for discriminate, the word to discriminate. But this one, because of the context, if you are saying gender discrimination, and you are saying the gender here is reference to women, that could be acceptable. Go to 5(1)(f), first line, the last two words, gender discrimination. Yes, Chair. What is the position of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, we should delete because it's not in any of the clauses, so it should be deleted. We have to delete, Mr. Speaker.
You are accepting the proposal, it should be gender discrimination.
If we use gender discrimination.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Where is it? 5(1)? Yes. So 5(1)(f), gender discrimination was used.
Mr. Speaker, it was used at 5(1)(f).
5(1)(f), yeah.
You are not listening to me.
So are you proposing?
I drew your attention to 5(1)(f), and I said if you are the phrase gender discrimination, then that will be proper. And so, are you accepting that, or what is the position of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, we accept it.
History.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with what you just said concerning using gender discrimination. Mr. Speaker, I agree with what you said concerning using gender discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment is to delete the proposed amendment is to delete against women and insert before discrimination, gender discrimination means any distinction, exclusion, or restriction made on the basis of sex that has the effect or purpose of impairing the recognition, employment, or exercise by women of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economic, social, cultural, or any other field. That is the proposed amendment now. Yes, please. Yes. Honorable Ayara.
Mr. Speaker, just listening to the use of gender discrimination, I'm wondering whether it shouldn't be gender-based discrimination. We've never just said gender discrimination. It has to be discrimination based on gender.
That is a clause in the bill. That is how it's being used.
So we have to go back and amend that one to make it gender-based.
Honorable members, please. The clause is 5(1)(f). It says the committee shall receive and investigate complaints about gender discrimination and make recommendations for redress.
So I'm saying that.
So you want it to be gender-based discrimination?
Yes. It's always gender-based discrimination.
Ministry, that the term is rather gender-based discrimination.
So, Mr. Speaker, gender-based discrimination also works. We are talking about discrimination against either the male or female, so gender-based discrimination works for us as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, whether gender-based or gender discrimination, either of them is permissible. I have consulted my thesaurus. And Mr. Speaker, we can define it as you've suggested, that gender discrimination against women means, then the rest of the words, those that you added. I so move. Except that, Mr. Speaker, my addition is that when it comes to gender discrimination against women, they involve an act or a conduct. But the words used here, I don't see any relation to an act or a conduct of a person which may go against a person on the basis of the person sexual orientation. But I agree that we can use gender discrimination. We don't need to add this. Gender discrimination, as you have said, we can define it. But you see, it says any distinction, exclusion, restriction. What of act or conduct? What of act or conduct? You may engage in a certain act which may go against the interest of a person because of her gender. Thank you.
The word made is and to make. So that is what will situate it. It is in the means any distinction, exclusion, or restriction made on the basis. So that is a conduct. And so I put the question. We are being called upon to accept the proposal, gender discrimination, and then the definition as captured in the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We still have more proposed amendments to clause 31. Chairperson.
Interpretation for equality. Delete equality is consequential. Mr. Speaker, clause 31, amendment proposed. Interpretation for equality. Delete.
This is consequential. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. They are it. Yes. Further amendment to clause 31.
Clause 31, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Interpretation for gender after learning is changeable over time and has wide variations within and between cultures. That is economic variable for a role, responsibility, and opportunity.
So what is the definition now? So what we have now reads, gender means the social difference between women and men that is learned. Is that what you want? It's not there. Chairperson, I think the intention is to end at men, not length. So gender means the social difference in women and men. That's where you want to end, not that is length. Accepted. So, honorable members, in addition, delete the phrase that is length. And so you have gender means the social difference between women and men. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, former Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for gender, really talking about gender, we don't use the argument to just women and men. As you do, we also include girls and boys of different backgrounds. So if you are defining gender, it encapsulates all of this. But we seem to leave it as just men and women. And I think it's not appropriate.
That has been my position throughout the bill.
Yeah, it's
But
not appropriate.
I don't know whether it's in this context to limit it to men and women, because they are dealing with some decision making and some positions that may be, what's the difference of a child below the age of 18, and they are not up to the stage in decision. Maybe it's the context, and that is why I guess did not contest this one. But gender goes beyond men and women.
Mr. Speaker, even for the men and women, if you want to disaggregate, you will also be talking about the different backgrounds of the men and women. If it is about women only, they don't belong to one stratum. They may come with various shades of qualifications, even with the women. So to just limit it to women without talking about their backgrounds, that is different backgrounds, and also the men, that's the entirety of what picture we want to paint.
Well, you are right, but the term social difference, which is added there, there's added social. I don't know whether economic, political are excluded, but they said there's social difference between women and men.
It can be, because Mr. Speaker, herein we are talking about differences that we could reckon with in the social. The Speaker also saying we are talking about differences in the social sphere, in the economic sphere, education. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that the whole bill is not just about differences in the social sphere. We're talking about educational, we are talking about economic, we are talking about even political. So I don't see why we should limit it just to social differences. It should be all embracing. So we could, if we want for it to achieve the meaning and effect, we should bring alongside economic, educational, and political. That will represent what we've been dealing with the bill.
May I offer an alternative definition? Ministry, to try and capture the concerns that he has raised, which are correct. Because when you talk about gender, it's not about women and men. Could we say gender either refers to or includes the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. Socially.
Yes, Speaker, I'm saying that we shouldn't limit it to the social sphere, because right through the bill, we're talking about economic differences. We're talking about educational. And I think we just went through dealing with the political differences as well. So why limit it to social differences? And that is why I'm saying that it should be all-inclusive. Once we mention in the mainstreaming,
so do we add socially, politically, and economically constructed?
Yes. Let's go, if you don't mind, even educationally.
Ministry.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to propose we can see if this works. Gender refers to the economic, educational, social, political, and cultural attributes, opportunities, and associated differences with being women and men. Then we incorporate everything, all the other constructs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't get it.
Okay. So, gender refers to the economic, educational, social, political, and cultural attributes, opportunities, and associated differences with being women and men. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does it kill the issue of boys? No, it should not be because it's coming from you. I raised it earlier on.
Very good justification, talking about a child being under 18, and so we're referring specifically to men and women in this bill. So we're looking at decision-making.
So I couldn't convince him. You have been able to convince him.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Honorable members, I will call on the draft person to take the construction that the minister has offered as what has been decided upon by the House, and I'll proceed on that basis to put the question. Those in favor of the rendition just read by the minister, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, the next proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, clause 31. Amendment proposed. Interpretation for men after benefit, delete equally and inequality is not perpetuated and insert equitably.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, the next proposed amendment to clause 31.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Interpretation Clause 31, amendment proposed, interpretation for women. Delete. Interpretation for women, delete.
Honorable members, we are being called upon to delete the interpretation for women. Yes, Honorable Dafiama.
Mr. Speaker, I was hoping the chair committee will tell us why, will give us the rationale. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the definition, though well intended, appears to be discriminatory.
Are you satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. When we were in the secondary school, we used to call them Dansonia digitata. That is the botanical name for women. Adansonia digitata. Yes, honorable members, I put the question on the whole of clause 31. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and leave, before you put the question on the entire 31, may I refer you to the second line in 31? Affirmative action means set of measures, a set of measures adopted by government, public, and private institutions. So narrowly, are we looking at only measures? Now, for my purpose, as measures include policies, does it include programs? So if you say, yes, strategy. If you say affirmative action means a set of measures, in my view, Mr. Speaker, it's a more narrow definition of what we want. Yeah, we have to enlarge it. Measure, but it's insufficient. It's inadequate for this purpose. Affirmative action cannot just be measures. Maybe we must marry something to measure. Affirmative action cannot just be a set of measures. Our policies measures. Activity. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm consulting a set of measures. I don't find the measures adequate enough in encapsulating what thoughts are, because affirmative action will take much more than a measure. Thank you.
Yes, the honorable member is right. It's wrong with including enactments and policies. Enactments and policies adopted by the government. So you have the measures, you have the laws, you have the policies, all encapsulated. Yes. Any objection to that?
Mr. Speaker, I thought measures would include what my colleague has spoken to, but for the avoidance of doubt, if you want to include it, then you may have to include, as you said, policies, measures, policies, enactments, strategies, adopted by the government.
Yes. History, is that okay?
So, Mr. Speaker, I believe measures is all-encompassing. For policies, it becomes a matter of the executive, and the enactments as well, Parliament. So, I think measures, it explains it. It includes everything. We don't need to change it. But Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'll defer. Thank you. I think it's
Mr. Speaker, objection to measures abandoned. Thank you.
I would seem to accept as being specific. To make assurance sure. What do? You kill what? Who read the book? Is it? Let's add all to measures. Well, I just looked through the meaning and definition of measure. It's talking about different things, not specifically about enactments or policies or this, but so many other things. So yes.
Speaker, I want to urge the Honorable Haruna Idris not to abandon his resistance to the simply carry measures, because it enhances the provision in terms of the definition. And so my intention is rather to seek clarity whether we are adding the extra supplies that came from the honorable member for Suami in terms of these enactments. Yes. So I believe that it enhances the provision. So that the House should carry it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will now come much more forcefully. After contacting my Wikipedia, affirmative action, also sometimes called reservations, alternative answers, positive discrimination, or positive action in various countries, laws and policies, refers to a set of policies and practices. Within a government. So you can't leave it only at measures. I wanted to be very sure. So thank you for encouraging me to. I couldn't be wrong, Mr. Speaker. So you can't narrow it to measures, policies, practices. They are all part of it. I've just looked at Wikipedia, and it even traces regions to the U.S. State Order Act of 10925. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, I added the enactments, policies, and the former majority leader added strategies. Now we have to add practices so that you are clearer, it's simpler, it's not open to definition or interpretation by any other person. So the definition will be affirmative action means a set of measures, enactments, policies, practices, strategies adopted by the government. Those are of this amendment.
I think because all these indeed and include our measures, we could say measures including policies, enactments, and so on and so forth. I think that would be better. To be neater that way. All those words will follow. but we would then add including.
Are practices measures? Yes. They are practical measures. Members, I put the question. The only thing added to what we earlier on stated is including, means a set of measures including enactments, policies, and strategies adopted by the government. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, I'm putting the question on the entire clause 31.
Mr. Speaker, just before you do, there was a particular Honorable Oseiche Mensah added educational. I had social, educational, cultural. For emphasis, Mr. Speaker, you can direct the draft person. Employment must be added to those where you had social, educational, add employment. That's the essence of the bill. The area where they are likely to be discriminated against is in relation to employment. Economic is not enough. Economic rights. Employment is its own right. Economic right, you are entitled to food. Whether government provides it or not, that's your economic right. What about job?
Yield, let me talk. Yes, Speaker, you know, I think this whole business is benchmarked on the Constitution and the directive principle of state policy. It's benchmarked on the Constitution and the directive principle of state policy. And we talk about political, educational, social, economic, and that is what we have incorporated. So we don't need to add employment because really it will be in the belly of economic.
Honorable Arun Idrisu, are you abandoning your course? Then we can go on. I put the question on the entirety of clause 31. Yes, you have more.
A little matter. It has to do with the meaning has to do with the meaning that has been ascribed to gender responsive budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting. And here,
yes, please.
Here, gender responsive budget is being interpreted to mean a strategy that considers and analyzes the unique and diverse needs of every gender to ensure a fair distribution of resources. That's the meaning here. Mr. Speaker, you belong to the IPU, and the IPU gives a very good definition of gender responsive budgeting. I am taking it from this book, Parliament, the Budget and Gender. And in chapter 4, this is well defined. The Speaker says it means the process of bringing a gender perspective to the budget to ensure that budgets and economic policies address the needs of women and men of different backgrounds, but there they included boys and girls. But for our purposes, we can delete girls and boys. So he says the process of bringing a gender perspective to the budget to ensure that budgets and economic policies address the needs of women and men of different backgrounds equitably in order to close any economic, social, political, and educational gaps that exist between or among them. And I think it's very, very concise. The Speaker is on.
Yes, it's a position.
That's,
I have a copy
yes,
of.
you
Yes.
should have a copy as well.
That is a better definition to gender responsive budgeting. Do we adopt that? Ministry chair. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, I believe that what we heard from the former majority leader is a better rendition of what we've been trying to capture. So I want to urge the House to adopt that rendition as a definition for the term that we seek to define. Thank you. From IPU, Doctor.
Yes, honorable members, there is a further clause. The definition of gender budgeting, delete and insert what had just been read from the IPU by the former majority leader. Those in favor of that definition say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Honorable members, we also left for the attention of the committee two other phrases. One, gender disaggregated data. My attention has been drawn to it. Yes.
Say that, Speaker, you are correct.
Yeah, you are correct.
Yes.
Two proposed amendments for gender disaggregated data and organized labor.
Yes.
As
So-
part of clause 31.
Start from the first one. Yes. Move it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the new proposed amendments for gender aggregated data and organized labor be accepted.
Honorable members, there is a motion to insert the following new definitions. Gender disaggregated data. Data that is categorized by gender, allowing more detailed analysis of the differences and disparities men and women to provide visibility into how programming targets and impacts women and girls as well as men and boys. And then organize. I'm reading what is submitted to me.
Yeah, just conformity with the earlier position, that you take out the boys and girls because of the earlier decision that we took. The boys and girls.
Yes.
Speaker, I agree with the former majority leader that there has to be a consequential amendment to the present amendment in order to take away boys, the use of boys and girls in the definition, so that it's limited to female and male. Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So it will now read, refers to data that categorized by gender, allowing for a more detailed analysis of the differences and disparities between men and women to provide visibility into how programming targets and impacts, women as well as men. Those in favor, aye. There's a better rendition.
Speaker, I'm just being serious. I don't think we need, in the third line, I don't think we need the word "and." It's
There's no "and." I deleted "and."
And.
I deleted it. I didn't read "and."
So targets, programming targets, impact. These targets, how do these targets impact women and men? And it not be impact, but impact.
I had a problem there when I was reading it. Honorable members, I'm sure you got the rendition. Yes.
Speaker, I agree with the majority leader, the former majority leader, that the end, that is between targets and impact, be deleted. So it's read how programming targets impact women as well as men.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. The next one is a definition of organized labor. Means the external leadership of the Association of Workers. External leadership of the Association of Workers in a trade or industry for the purpose of obtaining or assuring improvements in working conditions through their collective action. I don't know why they use externalship.
Mr. Speaker, the definition of whether the external is what.
Yes, please.
We can just refer to, you don't need external leadership. The national leadership of organized labor is a sufficient definition. The leadership, you said external leadership. External leadership. Organized labor. Because we can just like the draft person, there is a definition of organized labor already. In many of the, including the Labor Act, Act 15, I believe. So we should borrow the definition from Act 815. Thank you.
I thought organized labor means an association of workers in a trade or industry for the purpose of obtaining or assuring improvements in working conditions through their collective action. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to disagree with your definition of organized labor, save that we must look at the definition already in existence in the Labor Act. Then we can just borrow the definition from the Labor Act, so we don't have to struggle over this. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The church, when we're talking about something
but it is defined in that area. I am being advised that it's because of the context in which we put the term organized labor. And that is why they are talking about external, because we're talking about them reporting to committee. And so I don't know if we adopt the existing definition, it will fit into this context. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, then we are not talking about organized labor. Because, Mr. Speaker, labor is strictly a term of art, which is used to refer to an association of workers who are organized for a certain purpose. So if the intent of this House is to craft a certain term to reflect what we mean, then we must be looking at a different expression or use of other than organized labor. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. Because I don't think that we can be defining organized labor in this statute markedly different from how we find it in an existing legislation called the Labor Act. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the proposal submitted by the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations. Because, Mr. Speaker, organized labor is an industry technology. And indeed, we have also used trade union in the bill. And in interpretation, we have referred to the Labor Act 2003, Act 651, the interpretation column, for the trade union. So I believe that we can also do the same for situating it in the context of Act 651. Mr. Speaker, my attention has been drawn to the fact that Act 651 defines trade union, but it doesn't define organized labor. In that case, we'll be in a dilemma. Then, in that regard, the proposal from them will be all right, except that, Mr. Speaker, the word external is a bit anomalous. So we can take the word outside the workplace, but certainly not external, outside the workplace. Mr. Speaker, let's listen to what your own prescription. Let's listen to your prescription, whether it's sufficient.
My prescription was not context specific. I just looked at organized labor means an association of workers in a trade or industry for the purpose of obtaining or assuring improvements in working conditions through their collective action. That's just a general definition of organized labor.
Let me propose that we leave what your own prescription and that proffered by the trust person to her. I believe that you will find a suitable marriage convenience between what you have done and what she also proposes.
Honourable members, then I'll put the question and the draft person will put a right rendition. Those in favor of the new definition of organized labor to be rendered by the draft person, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. This decision is not clear, but with the expertise of the draft person. So I put the question on the entirety of.
Speaker, if with your leave and indulgence, I have referred to the Constitution, and I want, with your leave, to say that where we defined gender discrimination, the gender discrimination was defined, and you sought to add, I want to insist, Mr. Speaker, that it should not just end at political, economic, and social. I want to insist that educational be added. If I have my way, educational and employment. And educational, I'm driving my strength from the educational objectives in the 1992 Constitution. It's not for nothing that the head notes in the Constitution identifies 1, cultural objectives, 2, educational objectives, 3, economic objectives, 4, social objectives. If you take Article 36, 37, 38, and 38 is on educational objectives. And then gender discrimination, Mr. Speaker, in practice, whether the United Kingdom or the United States, the evidence when you aggregate data is in employment and in education. So I cannot accept a definition of gender discrimination where you use other field. That other field in the last line, I would insist that at least one of these words must survive. Educational. Because discrimination throughout the world, but my emphasis is the United Kingdom and the U.S. In fact, Mr. Speaker, recently the U.S. Supreme Court had to rule on a system which allowed for blacks to have a system even in their educational institutions to respond to changes in contemporary development in America. And I'm saying that to just define gender discrimination and end with the words and any other field without education, without employment, I have a difficulty with it. So education, I will insist. It came from your mouth, even though you didn't stand firm, the Honorable Osaichi. But I'm now, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. The gender discrimination before the words any other field between political, economic, and social. Let's add educational and employment. Thank you. Yes, I borrowed it from you. Thank you.
Honorable members, let me put a question on the organized labor. Labor of the new recognition. Say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We are now called upon to revisit our definition in gender discrimination. And Honorable Haruna Idrisu has proffered a definition to include education. Oh. No, we did not include the educational. So he's calling for us to include unemployment. But you earlier on stated when we use economic, it encapsulates employment.
The Speaker, that is so. But this new argument, the force of the argument, that there's so much discrimination and harassment, gender harassment at workplaces. And it's for that reason and that reason alone that I'm supporting what he has said. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, this one is causing some problem. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, What he didn't even cite is Article 34(2), which places so much emphasis on the right to work. That's the right to work. That is Article 34(2). But then also acknowledging the change in employment and harassment at workplaces of women in particular. And it's for that reason, those reasons, that I would want to support what he has said. Even though my strong indication was that employment is encapsulated in economic development. But this dimension is something new that I guess we need to factor into the bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, so where do we insert that? That is the definition of that discrimination. We should add education and employment. That person, please, apart from political, economic, social, cultural, you add education, employment, or any other field. I put the question on it again. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, I put the question on the entire clause 31. And the question is that clause 31, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. We now move to the schedules, the first schedule.
Mr. Speaker, the third
No,
schedule.
not the first. The third.
The third schedule. Amendment proposed, paragraph 3, delete. Mr. Speaker, the rationale is that the provision may call to implement.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you. Those in favor of the deletion of paragraph 3 of the third schedule say, oh, the minister? Yes, please.
I wanted to speak to the first schedule, actually, so we can finish with the third.
There is no proposed amendment to the first schedule in what I have. If you want to do it now, we will allow you.
All right.
But we have only third and fifth.
Okay, so you can deal with it.
A further amendment to it.
No, what there?
Yes. This public is it shall move.
Those in favor of the deletion of paragraph 3 of the third schedule say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. The second amendment to the third schedule.
Mr. Speaker, the third schedule. Amendment proposed, section D, paragraph 3, paragraph B, line 4.
Paragraph 2. 2, not 3.
No, Mr. Speaker, I checked. It's 3. I checked. It's 3.
It's paragraph 3.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
On my paper is written paragraph 2.
Yeah, I've checked. It's not 2. It's 3. It's section D3, subparagraph B, line 4. Delete as trainers. 2.
Honorable members, it's now paragraph 3 and line 4, not paragraph 2 and line 3. Yes, please.
Speaker, in that case, Speaker, in that case, there has to be a small amendment in respect of that line. In place of 2, we have to insert 4. So it reads, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, District Assemblies, the Ministry and other bodies and organizations are to provide training for successful female candidates to share their knowledge with aspiring female candidates. I so submit. Thank you very much.
What is the position of the ministry to the proposal?
Mr. Speaker, we agree with the proposal. Thank you.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We now take the 5th. No, let me put on the 3rd. Yes.
Now, Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, before you put the question on the schedule, now, Speaker, the head note reads, Guidelines and Strategies for Gender Equity in relation to the public service. Now, what is the public service in Ghana? And then when you come under, the Speaker, you find one of the provisions which says the public service shall maintain a directory of qualified women. Mr. Speaker, Article 190 defines the public services of Ghana, and it includes civil service, judicial service, audit service, education service, prison service, parliament, health service, statistical service, national fire service, custom, excise, and preventive services. Hansard should capture it as it is. So when you say public services, and you come and say a directory of qualified women, is that practical? So qualified women who enter.
Which one are you talking about?
And the side has been deleted.
Yes.
And then, I have it here in your revised bill you gave me. There's a tertiary. Those you have deleted, you gave me blank. You gave me blank pages. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Just now.
You see where they deleted. You see what you get. Where you didn't delete it, you just want to stop me. Thank you, Mr.
Honorable members, I put the question on the third, and the question is that the third schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We now have the last schedule, which is the 5th schedule.
The 5th schedule, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph 4, line 2, delete as trainers. Mr. Speaker, is consequential.
That's consequential amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. Yes, Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, the fare schedule.
The first.
The first, yes, please. The fare schedule 2020 should be changed to 2024 and 2018 should be changed to 2024 to reflect the current year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I actually put the question on the fifth schedule? Then I put that before. Honorable members. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the fifth schedule, the head note says that strategies for gender equity in relation to political parties. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the first strategy, it seeks to impose some obligation on electoral commission. So in order for consistency...
Honorable members, that is the challenge. Okay. Already they moved to delete it, and we've done that.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker. So,
and you are going back.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
We deleted that one.
Oh, for the fifth schedule, no.
Yes.
No, it was
for the fifth schedule. We said it's a consequential amendment.
Oh, very
because
well.
Earlier
on, very well, Mr.
we had deleted Electoral Commission from those clauses.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, how about the third one?
Yes, the third one you can raise.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that though this relates to political parties, I believe Mr. Speaker can also have some obligation to incentivize our women in Parliament here. So this tracking, I believe, monitoring and tracking our women and female legislators will be a very important part of the parliamentary service. So if it won't be Mr. Speaker, maybe the parliamentary service will have a way of incentivizing female legislators, Mr. Speaker.
The problem is that the service can, because you are bosses. The clerks at table are part of the house. And so here they can assist and advise us. Outside that, they rather take instructions from you. But it means that we have to amend the heading. Because if you say political parties, the Speaker is not a political party. If that's the intention, then you have to add Parliament, political parties and Parliament. Then the Speaker can have the authority to track the experiences of female members of Parliament, which we do anyway. And those who are focused, we give them the carrot. Those who are not focused, they get the stick. It's not a secret.
So, Mr. Speaker, I so move that we add Parliament. That way, we know that there is an obligation on Parliament also to monitor and track female legislators' experiences and find ways of encouraging them, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Yes, Minister, what is your position on that?
Yes, Speaker, we can add in Parliament to political.
You allow?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Honourable members, the heading of the schedule will now read Strategies for Gender Equity in relation to political parties and Parliament. Those in favour?
Mr. Speaker, it's not neat enough. Political parties play a distinct and separate role from Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at...
It shouldn't be and or, eh?
No, the two don't, you just them generis. The two don't go together. Political parties can rhyme with Parliament. It's difficult. It's difficult, Mr. Speaker. So I'll persuade that let this be political parties. This, they don't, Mr. Speaker, when you come further down, attention to negotiate and reserve safe seats for women. Attention is part of. So Parliament will do that.
No. Parliament is restricted to 3.
See, if you add it to the head note. But Mr. Speaker, first of all, I think that we should separate political parties from Parliament.
I agree.
Yes. And then to remind the sponsors of the bill that some of the provisions here are not constitutionalistic.
What I would say is that the clauses relating to the fifth schedule, paragraph 5, were deleted. And so it's now not applicable and should be deleted here too. And I think that it's also good to separate politics from Parliament. And why only Parliament? Why should only Parliament be tracking and monitoring experiences of female members of Parliament? Who is tracking and monitoring the experiences of female ministers? Who is doing that one? Or female judges? Why only Parliament? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was discussing with Honorable Dafiamepo that instead of the Speaker and monitoring experiences, we are better off creating an environment for the Speaker to motivate and encourage a mechanism that encourages and motivates female members of Parliament instead of monitoring and tracking. I'm sure that monitoring and tracking must have an outcome. Yeah. It should lead to a certain end. An end result. There should be an end result. Mr. Speaker, to address your concern, if we couch it to rather look at incentivizing, encouraging, motivating, probably that is the intention of the drafter. The Honorable Minister can guide us. But just leaving it bare as it is, tracking and monitoring, it's not, it doesn't look good, Mr. Speaker.
Why is it not looking good? We have experiences. They will now have somebody to move to. When you people are harassing them, there's something to show to go. They should harass you back. Let me listen to Ablakwa first.
Mr. Speaker, how about male members of Parliament? We also deserve to be tracked and monitored. You know, can also be harassed.
No, you are already empowered.
So, Mr. Speaker, if that's what we want to do, then let's be explicit. Let's state it.
Actually, the
clearly.
issue we didn't finalize was why should we be only Parliament, not the executive and not judiciary, but only Parliament. Where? Where?
Mr. Speaker, the judiciary is captured under Schedule 4, Strategies for Gender Equity in relation to the judiciary. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the difficulties that the drafters may have had.
Then we should do a separate schedule for Parliament too, and a separate one for the executive. Why are we putting Parliament in political parties?
Mr. Speaker,
so the point raised by Haruna is valid. Yes. That's the way to go. So could we direct that similar schedules like Schedule 4 be done for the Parliament, another one for the executive. And the political parties one should remain with the deletion of paragraph 1 and 5. Yes, please.
Speaker, I agree. These are replica provisions that should be easy to reproduce. So if the honorable minister, if you may oblige us so that you create these replica provisions for Parliament as well as the executive political parties. So tomorrow we can tidy this up and come. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry? No, today. Mr. Speaker, I support what the Honourable Member for South. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. So I support what you proposed concerning replicating it with the other arms of government.
So we leave it to the draft to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes, Ablakwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just going to draw attention to the fourth schedule, numbered 3, in terms of the strategies, that in our case in Parliament, we cannot leave it at staff recruitment because we will have the female MPs elected, not recruited, even though we also have staff separately. But we are unique. We have staff recruited, and then we have female MPs who will be elected. So if we are doing the lifting, the language, we should just be conscious of that. So I just wanted to draw attention to that.
Well, that would be specific to staff, but there can be one paragraph to the members of Parliament, which is captured in the existing 5th schedule. That one is in respect of members of Parliament, and the other be for staff. We have both, so we protect both, not only members of Parliament, but also the staff. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I was wondering whether we don't want to add a new schedule which will look at strategies for gender equity in relation to civil society. Because in this bill, you talk about public sector, you talk about private sector. The real group in Ghana with demonstrable evidence that they monitor the activities of persons who may be affected by acts of discrimination, civil society. So why wouldn't we have strategies in relation to them? You are talking about executive, parliament. You are talking about others. What about civil society? Because genuinely in Ghana, who gives us information about many of these practices is falls in the realm of civil society.
Honourable members, I think this aspect, let's leave it to the draft person, and tomorrow, whatever they propose, we'll finalize it before the 3rd reading. So we have tomorrow for that, so that we can go to other business. Are we all right with this? Yes, so let's move on. That person capture the proposals in the form of additional shares, but that means that they should refer in the main clauses before you can have the schedules. If there's no mention of it in any clause, you can't have a schedule to the bill. That is the difficulty. But will depend on the expert of the draft person, so that tomorrow we can finalize this. That's a proposal. Is that the sense of the House? So we move on. Yes, please.
Speaker, having come to that conclusion, may we proceed as discussed? So we will now.
If that's accepted, I then make the statement that.
No, we are not adjourning. There are other businesses too.
Speaker, just
which one?
10 p.m.
Are you going different issue so that I can talk about the conclusion of the consideration stage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024? Yes.
Speaker, as discussed, may I seek leave for the Environmental Protection Authority Bill to be withdrawn by the Minister, with your leave?
Yes, leave granted.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to withdraw the environmental protection that was laid on the 13th of November 2023 by my predecessor, Dr. Kweku Efriye. Right Honourable Mr. Speaker, the reason being that we want to incorporate the amendment made into the new bill.
So that we relay it.
So that, Mr. Speaker, we relay it.
That is item. What is the item number?
Speaker, we have the laying captured on Order Paper Addendum 3 as item number 2, but the withdrawal was not captured as an item. So because we had discussed at conclave, that was not captured and advertised.
Honourable Member, Order Paper Addendum 2, Addendum 3, Item 2, Presentation and First Reading of Bills, Environmental Protection Bill 24.
An act to amend and consolidate the laws relating to environmental protection, establish the Environmental Protection Authority to regulate, protect and manage the environment, to provide for pesticide control and regulation, to provide for the control, management and disposal of hazardous waste, electrical and electronic waste for related matters.
Honourable Members, the said bill is laid according and referred to the Committee on Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for consideration and report to the House. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
We are on same Order Paper Addendum. Shall we take item 1? I and II. 3.
Honorable members, other paper addendum 3, item 1, presentation of papers, the following papers to be presented by the chairman of the committee, Roman 1 and 2 to be presented.
Report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the determination of the agency of the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024. Report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024.
What is this? Is it the same report? Is that the same report that is being presented twice? Honorable members, we have to take the decision on the first one, the agency, before the one. Please, let's make sure we follow the process well, or else somebody can take it to court and get it nullified. So they take it that only one Roman 1 has been laid, and it's for distribution to all members of parliament. Roman 2 is not laid. Yes. Yes, please. Honorable members, what is the issue? Yes, please.
I was having a report for us to determine the urgency of the bill. Before we even deal with the report itself, you have asked them not to lay. This is what we have. I've not seen any report that will help us determine the urgency of what you're trying to lay.
Honorable members, after my directive, the report is now being distributed. Yes.
Yeah. Shall we now proceed and take other people addendum?
What is in
It's
other
not
people
numbered.
addendum?
Other people addendum.
Which addendum?
Shall I? So that other paper addendum 1, item 1.
Honorable members, is a presentation of papers. The following paper to be presented by the chairman of the committee, and that's on children and social protection. Your report is not ready.
Report of the Committee on Gender,
Is the
Children
report
and Social...
ready?
Speaker, the report is ready and has duly
Thank you.
distributed.
I've just been shown a copy. Honorable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all Parliament. Honorable members, please, may we item 57 at page 29 of the original order paper. This is the item on the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021.
Before, yes, it's scheduled to be taken, but before then, we want to take item number 10J. So we are just 10J on page 8 of today's order paper. After which we proceed to take the business speaker you earlier mentioned.
Item 10J is at page
8.
Page 8?
Yes.
You crowd.
That is not 10. That is not. Some pages are missing in my order paper. So I see 10. Yes, but I see J at page 8 by the chairman of the committee. There are all the numbers, Roman 1, Roman 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So I'm sorry, if I may explain. We are limiting ourselves to JI. Just JI.
Did you say G or J?
For JJ.
Yes, J Roman 1.
1.
By the chairman of the committee.
So may I seek your leave for it to be done by the vice chair? With your leave.
Yes, but I see your colleagues on their feet. Yes.
We are trying to guide on this lane because we were earlier told by the finance committee chairman that this item they've not even on it.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately,
I've got it.
I don't see any of them here. So I'll urge you, take another attempt. Let's do the right consultation.
Members of the finance committee, have you handled item J Roman 1? You haven't. Please. Please, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, we have it.
We haven't. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with respect.
Ampim, you have shocked me.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I would want you to give my respected colleague, Honorable Ampim of Jaman, another opportunity to respond to your question on whether or not the committee has met, concluded deliberations on the matter, the subject matter of this lane. I was at the meeting. I was there. My colleague was there. I just want to believe that he didn't get you right, or he didn't hear. He says we should hold on. We will hold on patiently for you. Integrity is at stake here. No. It's only fair. We are not ambushing. Relax. Honorable Bua, with the greatest respect to you.
Honorable members, if you are going to engage in this, I will just adjourn.
Mr. Speaker, we are not.
I've been seated here since morning. Please.
Mr. Speaker, that is not going to be the thing. Mr. Speaker, we are not. We are just seeking clarity. Mr. Speaker, calm down for us. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that we have actually considered it. The chairman of the committee has posted the report on our platform for our input, and today it was posted today. But I speak now. The ranking is not here. I'm expecting that he will make his input and others. So, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that we have handled it, and then the draft report, as I speak now, is the committee's platform for our input. Thank you.
Honorable members, Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $250 million United States dollars for the Ghana Financial Stability.
Honorable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Now, we go to the item I referred to earlier on. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, yes, we should be going. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to you, the Boundary Commission, which is your, I'm very passionate about the Boundary Commission bill. Second reading, we want to take that quickly before we proceed to take second reading. So, Speaker, may we proceed to page 55 of the original order paper, page 55, and start off with the procedural motion, item 68.
Honorable members, I will personally appeal to you to let's take the first part, because the military have been here with us since morning because of this bill. Since morning. And we did promise them that we'll start with that today, and then tomorrow do the deliberation stage. And so they stayed here up to this time. Because of that, I want to take the procedural motions up to the second reading, but leave the consideration stage for tomorrow. To be fair to them. That's why they've been here. The generals have been here with us throughout the whole day. Please, it's an appeal to you. So let's take item 68 at page 55. Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Speaker.
Yes.
The deputy, may I seek your leave for the deputy minister to take the business?
Yes.
Right now, Speaker, respectfully, I think if I heard you correct, once we take care of this, I respectfully ask that we'll bring the curtain down for the day, once we finish with this.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission and leave, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 104, Clause 1, which requires that a motion shall not be debated at least 15 days have elapsed after notice to move the motion is given. That the motion number 68 on the original order paper, page 55, for the second reading of Ghana Boundary Commission Bill 2023 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion and seconded for the consideration of the House. Procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We take item 69. That's the substantive motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Boundary Commission Bill 2023 be now read a second time. I so move.
Any seconder?
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and with your permission, I will the committee's reports. Mr. Speaker, I will read a conclusion, and then I will want the Hansard office to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment made to strengthen the bill are attached as Appendix 1. Conclusion. Having carefully examined the provisions of the bill, the committee is of the considered view that the passage of the bill is essential to provide a comprehensive legislation to adequately respond to emerging international boundary challenges that affect the territorial sovereignty of Ghana and establish the necessary strategic framework to address significant matters not catered for in Act 795. The passage of the bill will further promote transnational cooperation and border community development. In that regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Ghana Boundary Commission Act 2023 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively submitted.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this particular bill is so key because of the recent threats, terrorist threats, and there are some things linked to the passage of the bill. And that is why the people we appointed to handle the matter includes generals in the army. And they are championing it and leading the West African Boundary Settlement Commissions. And so they've been with us here to get it through, for us to get some support to be able to maintain the safety and security of the nation. That is why I'm compelling myself to lead you to do this. Please, I say start and we'll continue tomorrow. But let's take this second reading and then end there. Consideration will be. Yes, please. Honourable Suhini first.
Right. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to
urging members to adopt this report and pass the Ghana Boundary Commission Act 2023. Mr. Speaker, this body, the importance of this body when it comes to the security of our boundaries or our borders cannot be overestimated. And Mr. Speaker, the current Act has a number of limitations, especially given the new challenges that the country faces. Only a while back, Ghana had to engage in a legal battle with La Côte d'Ivoire over our maritime boundary. It is the same in many other parts of our border towns, especially at Dollar Power, where we have serious, sometimes security concerns and issues relating to our boundary with our neighbors. But Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Boundary Commission in its current form did not have, as part of the governing body, the Ministers of Interior and that of National Security. And given the security nature of the role that this commission is expected to play, the committee, in examining this request of the ministry, thought that there was a need for us to even go beyond the inclusion of these two ministries, governing body of the commission, but to even include the ministries of Foreign Affairs, the ministries of Aviation, the Ministry of Transport, Local Government, and Energy. Because, like I said, the threats that we face sometimes are multidimensional, and it is important that we have a approach at the governmental level in terms of dealing with some of these challenges. Mr. Speaker, we also noticed that the Ghana Boundary Commission in its current form lacks the capacity when it comes to their presence at the regional level or the district level. So, for example, they did not departments and regional offices to help in the efficient and effective implementation of their functions. And so this amendment, Mr. Speaker, will afford the Commission to set up some of these offices at the local level where their services will be prompt when it comes to ensuring the delimitation of our boundaries and protecting same. Mr. Speaker, we also thought that over the years, one of the biggest challenges the existing Commission has battled with funding. We consistently, year in, year out, in presenting the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources budget estimates, have lamented as a committee about the low budgetary allocations that are made to this. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the allocation is not just low. It is even very sad when you look at the releases that are made despite the low budgetary allocations. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that he was informed that in 2024, for example, only 4% of the budget of 2 million Ghana cedis for goods and services for the Ghana Boundary Commission as at June has been released to them, and that's only about 800,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it will also interest you to note that the committee found out that since 2021, the ministry has never released money allocated. And Mr. Speaker, how do you delimit your boundaries without carrying out some of this very important infrastructure work that will indicate in no, and I mean that will make it unambiguous your boundaries, because there are some places where they may have to mount boulders and all. Mr. Speaker, they have never even been given the allocation for capex. And so we thought that this new amendment will help the Boundary Commission to raise the necessary funding without the very important task of delimiting our boundaries and protecting same. So, Mr. Speaker, because of the time and the mood of the House, I will end here and call on members to support the chairman and the minister adopt this report to help us make the Ghana Boundary Commission become more useful and more serviceable to our current needs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the establishment of the Boundary Commission. And Mr. Speaker, to refer you to page 2, page 3 of the committee's report, in particular paragraph 7.2, funding challenges of the Commission. The officials of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting, told the committee that they continuously face funding challenges to effectively and efficiently carry out the functions of the Commission. And that, as of June 2024, the Commission received only 4%, 846,600 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, so if we legislate, and it is now a body established as an act of Parliament, and we provide that Parliament shall resource them, and they will be entitled to item 1, 2, 3, and 4, both compensation, goods and services, capex. Because it's such an important body that we need. If you recall, in the period between 2010, the tension that arose between Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire, and a determination had to be made at the international level. And Mr. Speaker, with the discovery of oil, the Maritime Technical Committee of this Boundary Commission will be very important in knowing our boundary limits. But Mr. Speaker, I have some difficult, some portions of the bill, but I'm sure we can improve it when we come along. Mr. Speaker, instead of a designated minister, yes, we know that it's security related. They are saying that the governing body of the commission is a board consisting of the minister responsible for lands and natural resources, minister for national security, interior defense, foreign affairs, and energy. Mr. Speaker, maybe when we come to the consideration, we may expand it or even remove or add. For instance, how come that the Ministry of Communications is not part? Because the new warfare is likely to be technically driven and maybe IT related. Then, Mr. Speaker, for purpose of answering to Parliament, if you say that you have a governing board of 5 ministers or 7 ministers, who will report to Parliament in respect of this bill? Because we will appropriate for them. Some minister must be responsible to them. That is why in bills, we designate a minister responsible. So it will not be sufficient to say that that's a governing body of the commission which is made up of those ministers. We should have the minister responsible for national security still designated for that purpose. Because, Mr. Speaker, I recall in the last 2 years, there were even briefings of the leadership of Parliament by the security ministers when they needed to justify some budgetary constraints. But, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I have the privilege to join the Honorable Agalga and the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture to visit NATO headquarters with some members of Parliament, where we got briefing about the threat, the terrorism threat you mentioned about. And one of the observations as we were briefed by Ghana ambassador to Belgium was that we didn't have a defense attaché. The Ghana mission did not have a military aspect attached to NATO. That request was made to the Honorable Osei Mensah. When we came back, we got the Honorable Mitchell, Minister, informed about it. Up to date, nothing is happening. much of what we are experiencing in Burkina Faso of the Wagner Group was part of the briefing at NATO. If a Ghanaian expert was there, he will be able to convey the information. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I support the establishment of the Ghana Boundary Commission bill to deal with matters of delimiting our land and maritime boundary. But, Mr. Speaker, more on maritime boundary. Caution that the Boundary Commission doesn't come and engage in a turf war with the Lands Commission of Ghana, and that both of them have their mandate and definitions so provided. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Katie Hammond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised but I'm also happy that eventually a bill of this nature has come to the House for us, Mr. Speaker, to enact into law. What I would caution against, Mr. Speaker, is any Speedy Gonzales speed to go through this. I recall events leading to the bill and then the act, which is now to be repealed. There was so much of frantic movement, Mr. Speaker, in the country, in the system, because we had discovered our oil, the Ivorian segment of the boundary, and there was all this hee-ho, ballyho as to whether or not the oil belonged to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, my brother Kofi is here. There was so much pressure from the Ivorian side as to where they were going to draw the line. At a point in time, we panicked so much that they suggested that the line was going to be drawn right through the Jubilee field, and nobody could understand what it was all about. And I was simply because we didn't have anything about boundaries. I mean, something which was pretty staggering from the days when we had become independent up to the time that the bill came. We didn't appear to have a proper boundaries. Mr. Speaker, ultimately, we went through that. We had a bill, 2010. I was reading through the memorandum to this new bill. It appears that because we did it in haste, look at the litany of omissions. This wasn't properly done. I mean, I've counted about 20 of them. I suggest that we take our time, Mr. Speaker, go through properly and then ensure that this time we have a boundary act worthy of it, and we're not going to go back to the difficulty we had at the time. But Mr. Speaker, it's also, I've just started speaking, you are talking about concluding. Give me 2 more minutes, let me make my point. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit more important. The Ivorian end, and I'm interested in the maritime one, not the land one, the Ivorian end seems to have been literally concluded. At least the National Tribunal of ITLOS, they, in our case with the Ivorians, Mr. Speaker, has settled the demarcation argument for us. It has settled the argument for us. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is on the Togo side. We thought we should make massive discovery in the Kita. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I guess my colleagues said that they can't hear me properly because I'm not speaking into the mic. Yes, I can do that. Why is he standing up? On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, you can call him, Mr. Speaker, if he has a point of order. I don't quite get it. What's the problem? You don't decide for me. You don't determine what I say on this floor. I'll go on, Mr. Speaker. So the issue is that we're at a point in time.
Yes, Honorable Neil Vanderfoy.
Mr. Speaker, with all respect, we will plead that Honorable Katie Hammond projects, because his memory, we can't understand and hear anything he says. And we don't know whether he's speaking Arabic or Greek. We want him to speak the English language as we shall understand it in this house. In fact, we didn't go to Oxford with him.
Mr. Speaker, does he blame me for not attending Oxford with me? Is that my fault? I look into his own horoscope. I do my best. But listen, this is how I've been speaking in this house since I've been here. So stop this grandstanding and let me complete it. Yeah. The point I was making is that there is a likelihood, at least we thought we had, come close to making a discovery in the Kita Basin. There is a likelihood that we could make a huge discovery of the hydrocarbon resource, hydrocarbons Kita Basin. It is for this reason that some of us would support this bill, support it, and ensure that the House does a thorough job on it, to settle that line of the demarcation. We don't want to do another loss. We're done enough with the Ivorians. Mr. Speaker, I would ignore my colleagues. They are disturbing me and distracting me, but I will ignore all of them. Envious. They are very envious that Mr. Speaker, you and I are friends, so they are envious. I'm getting there. I can appreciate that they're in their numbers. They must be very tired. But Mr. Speaker, what they also don't know, on to the United States of America on behalf of this country, for AGOA, I just landed. I landed British Airways at the airport, and then I heard that, Mr. Speaker, you were sitting. So I decided to run in here and to take my rightful place. Look at them. How many of them have done that? Bet with me and listen to me. This is an important document. We should speak to it. Mr. Speaker, I would spare them. I will spare them their blushes because they didn't go to Oxford. But I think you yourself, Speaker, I will conclude. My point is that it's a very important bill. We should make sure that we do it properly and then make sure that that segment, at least the Togo side of it, the Speaker, is properly after. I think the Ivorian side is already concluded. The maritime section I am interested in. The Speaker, thank you very much.
Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll be very brief. Honourable Speaker, I think the lessons learned from our
honourable members,
boundary,
please, let's be together.
Dispute.
Really timely. When it's exactly the time I decided to adjourn, I'm going to adjourn. So you can use all the time conversing, doing whatever you like. The tricks. When it's time, I'm adjourning. Please, you may go on.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think the lessons learned from our dispute with Côte d'Ivoire on the boundary. One was that there was the need for us to make sure that the Boundary Commission is properly funded. It was very clear that during those periods of crisis, we had to fall on GMPs. And oftentimes, at the major GMPs, the Boundary Commission felt they were independent, yet they had no money. Most of meetings, sometimes we hold it at the GMP's premises. It was a very, very difficult period. And the lessons learned then was that the Boundary Commission had to be funded. When you look at the report, as at May this year, out of their budget, they had only 4%, which we still had not learned the lessons here. The hope is that with this passage, we to focus on funding fully the Boundary Commission. Honourable Speaker, the other lesson learned was that issues of Ghana's boundary was not limited to the Ministry of Lands, and that there was the need for collaboration with all the agencies. And so it's very important that we see in this bill that defense, interior, national security, foreign affairs, aviation, transport, local government, and energy have all been brought in to work collaboratively. Also, the international boundaries and the internal boundaries have some linkages. And so this bill intends to make sure that this collaborative work is done. But importantly, Honourable Speaker, there was the urgent need for us to ensure that we secure our delimitation not only with Cote d'Ivoire, but with Togo, with Nigeria, with all our neighbors. And the responsibility clearly lies with the Ghana Boundary Commission. And so this bill is very critical. It's very critical, it must be supported. But more importantly, we must ensure that the structure that is going to be put in place will not create turf wars. Turf wars were created even during those crises. We almost, as a country, lost $10 billion in oil in place. Thanks to all the efforts by all the agencies. So, to underscore how important this bill is, to underscore how critical it is to approve and to strengthen the Boundary Commission to do the important work of protecting our territorial integrity. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that we should pay critical attention to the Ghana Boundary Commission, and because the emerging issues that have really overtaken Act 795 serious issues, and therefore just amend the Act will not solve the problem. I believe that repealing and coming out with insertion of those critical issues that has really overtaken the Act is very important. Mr. Speaker, it is to also strengthen the governing board with the other relevant ministries. Mr. Speaker, it is also to ensure that we create some critical committees which have been stated, sure that at least we pay attention to all the space available for us, both air, marine. Mr. Speaker, in the marine space, beyond the 200 nautical miles, which is called the international waters, whatever happens there, though it is called international waters, we are supposed to be very concerned, especially when you go into close season and vessels within international waters are still doing things that is not favoring Ghana. So the usage of the marine resources is very important. So we need to do that. Mr. Speaker, very happy that we're talking about freshwater boundaries. The law is making room for freshwater boundaries, which is very important. When you look at our Volta River, the Volta River, which crosses beyond Ghana, the freshwater boundaries are also very important for this. For me, I believe that we should pay critical attention to this and also work tomorrow and make sure we take the clause by clause and finish it. For funding, if whatever we've seen that fund approved by Parliament is not helping that much, is there a way we can create a source for them? Can we think through so that the Commission can have some IGF sources, so that at least that will be dedicated for them? They're making some IGF to support funding of this very important commission. Mr. Speaker, let us all support this and put in our best. And I believe strongly that we should be able to get it done to secure the boundaries, the border dispute, the security of our this threat to
terrorism that is engulfing the West Coast, and it is really affecting the democracy that we all want to sustain. Let us work towards it, and I believe strongly we should be able to solve it. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the work of the Boundary Commission is going to be so critical, particularly the mineral wealth of this country. Mr. As we speak, the two regions, Upper East and Upper West regions, are regions where currently we have the biggest potential for gold. The biggest potential for gold in this country now are in Upper East and Upper West. And the rock formations cut across our geographical boundaries. So if we don't have a boundary commission that agrees with sister organizations from those countries, we could easily have a boundary dispute because of the vastness of the natural resource in those two regions. And particularly since they share borders with more than 2 countries, it is important that our boundary commission is up and in. Mr. Speaker, but the critical thing for me is the funding of this commission. I don't even believe we need to have IGF for the commission. The commission should be properly funded from the budget. A real allocation superintended by this House to the Commission, because the Commission will have to collaborate with other state institutions, especially the security services, and they can only do this from a position of strength. So, Mr. Speaker, my recommendation to this House is that, notwithstanding the fine content of the document, the funding of this commission must be critical, and this House must make it a matter of priority that this commission is properly funded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Foreign Affairs now. Yes, Ablakwa.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice in supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for 795 to be repealed. Mr. Speaker, the experiment since 10 has not been very successful. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the current Boundary Commission is very anemic, very under. Apart from they receiving only 4% of their budget. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to hear that they don't even have their own office. They are renting. They have no accommodation of their own. Mr. Speaker, when we are able to repeal Act 795 and create a new Ghana Boundary Commission, and we find dedicated resources towards the sustainability of the Commission, we will resolve all of these challenges. Mr. Speaker, we all know that we are still living under the challenges caused by the Europeans. The Berlin Conference of 1884, which hurriedly demarcated the continent haphazardly. Otto von Bismarck and his friends were in a hurry to just partition and share us amongst themselves. So we were dismembered, dislocated in a very disjointed manner, in a very haphazard manner, and we are still bearing the brunt. Mr. Speaker, it is because of that that we had to spend so much, millions of dollars, when we discovered oil and our neighbors, the Ivorians, thought that we had encroached into their territory. Mr. Speaker, if we had done this many years, decades ago, the hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis we spent on legal fees and on that international litigation at it that money to use to develop our Speaker, the consequences of not doing this and doing it well is really that it has grave economic impacts. And so this must be given all the seriousness, and you have to be commended, Mr. Speaker, for really prioritizing, and despite the time of the night, you have given this all the attention it deserves, because it's about our economy, it is about our survival, our security as a state. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind all of us that despite all the advantages of having a boundaries commission, let us not lose sight of the fact that the dreams of our founding fathers and all Pan-Africanists alike is for us to have a borderless Africa. The dream of the United States of America must not be abandoned. And when we come into the provisions of this bill, let us mandate this commission to work towards that dream. As we get our boundaries properly demarcated, we must not abandon the dream of continental African unity. Because, Mr. Speaker, when all is said and done, we cannot create artificial boundaries to defeat the threat that we face. Terrorism cannot be defeated with boundaries. Poverty cannot be defeated with boundaries. Disease cannot be defeated with boundaries. COVID-19 taught us that no matter the boundaries you think you have, pandemics will totally dissipate your country. So, Mr. Speaker, as Pan-Africanists, we must remain true. The majority leader won't allow me to conclude.
Honorable members, I proceed to adjourn the House.
Mr. Speaker.
We will continue with the second consideration stage of the bill tomorrow. The House is accordingly adjourned.